well-being. So this is a program that is designed as a hybrid program. We have about 220 folks who have actually registered. We had to shut down registration yesterday because we just did not have more capacity because of social distancing rules that we follow. However, there are about 550 people who are actually registered following this event virtually live. And the event will also be recorded so that folks in Hong Kong or Japan want to see the whole thing, because we did get a request that it's going to be early in the morning over there and how they can actually see some of these sessions. They can actually log in and register. So it is really an international meeting. The meeting this year had two components that included a pre-meeting summit. That was the NASH Summit, International NASH Summit. For those of you who were here and those of you who actually participated virtually, I thought it was a fantastic and very successful meeting. I think when I finished the last summary of the meeting, there's still 400 people logged in our meeting. So today we are going to start with recognizing one of the other giants in the field of hepatitis. A friend of ours, a lot of us here, John Martin, in my estimation, was a brilliant scientist, industry leader, a philanthropist. He passed away on March 30th, 2021. Just to give a bit of a background about John, he joined Gilead Sciences in 1990 and became the CEO in 1996. He really presided over what I call the golden era of Gilead Sciences. He made contributions to change HIV from a deadly disease to a chronically manageable disease. He led to the efforts to actually provide highly effective treatment for hepatitis B and really led the way to what became the cure for hepatitis C. He had a lot of philanthropic efforts that he not only pursued himself through the John Martin Foundation, but also through Gilead Sciences, providing access to drugs to all continents, countries that were low income or middle income for HIV, hepatitis B, and hepatitis C. I was fortunate enough to be in a meeting with him, opening of his research center in right outside Calcutta, India in 2014, that he actually funded through his own foundation. His foundation has supported about 35 grants, and these grants are really about dissemination of information, helping primarily low-income countries how to actually take care of hepatitis C and hepatitis B and HIV. John was not only brilliant, he was also really a fantastic human being, for those of you know, and he will be sorely missed. I just wanted to make sure that we recognize him at this moment. Thank you. Now, let me go into our program. And of course, we are fortunate that we have a giant of our field here today. Now, he may be trained in hematology, but he is a better hepatologist than a lot of us. So Harvey Alter went to the same medical school that I went to, University of Rochester, but also did his first part of residency at Strong Memorial Hospital, and then came to Georgetown for hepatology fellowship, and then went to the NIH, where he has been a leader over the years and still actually is active at the NIH. Of course, he is his effort in trying to address the transfusion-related hepatitis sort of dilemma that we were feeling, that we were observing, led to the discovery of what we call non-A, non-B hepatitis, which ultimately became hepatitis C. And for this, of course, he has won a number of awards. Just to mention a few, Lasker Award, which is probably one of the most prestigious awards besides Nobel Prize that he has already has had under his belt. He has actually had the Distinguished Service Medal. He has an International American College of Physician Award for outstanding work in science related to medicine. He also won from the French equivalent of NIH, the International Prize of INSERM. And it's not easy to get an award from the French. Dr. Alter, of course, has been a member of both the National Academy of Sciences and Institute of Medicine. This year, Dr. Alter, in conjunction with Michael Houghton and Charlie Rice, was awarded the 2020 Nobel Prize for the discoveries that led to the identification of hepatitis C. So for those of you who may know him personally, he is again not a giant in the field, an incredible scientist. He's a wonderful human being. I've not seen a more humble person that has accomplished as much as he has. It is truly an honor to have you here, Harvey. Someone asked me why I have my pants on with the suit. I said, well, it's because Harvey is here. Otherwise, I would have just my jacket and my tie with my underwear and my floppy flops. That was it. So for Harvey, we're gonna have to wear a whole suit here. So his lecture today would be on how hepatitis C got started, and really the title is the end or beginning, and perhaps the beginning of the end. So with that, we will have Harvey give his presentation. Let me just also tell you about a couple of other things before we got the formal program. This is the group of the Board of Trustees members of the Chronic Liver Disease Foundation who've actually been as the steering committee for this meeting. You see really world-class faculty who've been kind enough to actually come here and share this meeting with us, the first live hybrid meeting in liver disease this year. You all have the agenda for today, so you can follow the agenda for today and for tomorrow. And with that, there are some conference logistic issues that has to do with still COVID-19, although I think most people who attended here are vaccinated. We still are going to follow the CDC guidance. Also, I want to take an opportunity to thank our sponsors, because without them, really, you can't bring these meetings together. There is actually CME and mock, I think, opportunities to claim. So we can you can claim that at the end of the meeting. These are the sponsors, and make sure that you know that you can follow actually the slides. It's better, actually, the projection is better today than yesterday, but you can all have the tablets from the back that you can see. Again, more of our sponsors, as you can see, and again, thank you all. Finally, I just want to recognize the CLDF members, the CLDF staff, the focused medical staff. They're just incredible people. They have been a leader in the field of education. You know that CLDF itself is a non-for-profit organization, so Focus Medical is doing a lot of the work. Specifically, Danielle, Krista, Jane, Steve Taglianti, and the rest of the team has been just wonderful, and I'd like to thank them before we get started. So, Harvey, it's a privilege to have you. Please have the podium.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to begin by, I also knew John Martin, and he was indeed an amazing man. Just a nice man, a great philanthropist, and a great scientist. So I want to add my praise to him. You know, this has been a crazy year with this Nobel thing. And I just want to tell one Nobel story. It's a true story. At 4:15 in the morning, I was woken up, my wife and I woken up by the phone, and it was quite annoying. And I didn't answer it, figuring it was somebody wanted to extend my car warranty. But we went back to sleep, and about 10 minutes later, the phone rang again. And again, now I was getting very angry, but didn't answer it still. On a third ring, I finally got up and was about to spout off when this gentleman said, "This is Dr. Peterson from Stockholm." And I got stopped in my tracks. I came back to tell Diane, who had fallen back to sleep, that I won the Nobel Prize. And she said, "Stop joking. This is no time in the morning to joke around." But it proved to be true. And that day I had a press conference. And after the press conference, John Gallen, who was the head of research at the Clinical Center, said, "Now you can get anything you want." So I left that room and went across the street to the garage, underground garage, and was going in to get my briefcase. And I was stopped by a guard, and he said, "You can't go in there." I said, no, you understand. I'm just going in. I've already been here. I'm just going in to get my briefcase. He said, "No, you have to go up the hill and around the corner," leading me to the front of the building. I said, no. See, I've already been through COVID screening. I've been through, my car has been swabbed. I just want to get my briefcase. He says, "You go up the hill and around the corner." So then I thought about what John Gallen told me. I said, would it make a difference if I told you that today I won the Nobel Prize? He said, "That's nice. Now you go up the hill and around the corner." So it isn't all it's cracked up to be. So it's a picture. I don't know. Can you see these slides? If not, I hope you can have tablets. But this is a picture of intimate contact in the days of COVID. This is my first live meeting in over a year. It is so nice to see real people. I'm totally zoomed out. But anyway, it's very nice. And Yobert, thank you for inviting me. This is wonderful. Now, I don't have any financial disclosures as people at NIH dream about having financial disclosures. But I do have some disclosures. First, my guiding scientific principle is that to steal from one is plagiarism, but to steal from many is research. Secondly, nothing I say reflects the position of the US government, which instantly gives it great credibility and relevance. And thirdly, my memory is not as great as it used to be. And also, my memory is not as sharp as it used to be. Now, as one of my congratulatory cards, I received this card from Paul Pokros and his wife, Ann. And it said, "There is no elevator to success. You have to take the stairs." And I thought this was a very profound card. I've used it a lot to talk to young people. But today what I want to do is take you up the stairs. This sort of the step-by-step progression of my role in discovery of hepatitis C. Actually, the story of hepatitis began about 2,000 years ago with Hippocrates in about 400 BC. And Hippocrates was a great observer of patients. And he observed that some patients were turning yellow, that he called icterus, and others had hardening of their livers that he called kiros, from which we get cirrhosis. But he made besides being a great observer, he made a profound statement that disease was not a divine punishment, as was believed in those days, but rather it was due to some disturbance of the four humors. And he saw this liver disease as a excess of yellow bile. And his contribution was to say that disease is not punishment. Disease is some external force that is perturbing the body's humors. And this is true. We just know now what those humors are. And he had no idea about viruses or no idea about infectious diseases, but he knew something was coming that made us sick. And nothing much happened over the next 2,000 years in the hepatitis world, except that there were always wars. And in every war, many people came down with jaundice. It was called campaign jaundice, and then it was vaccine-induced jaundice. Eventually got sorted out into being hepatitis A, infectious hepatitis, and B, serum hepatitis. But in all those 2,000 years, nobody had ever seen the virus. Nobody had a test for the virus. And it was this black box, if you will. The first breakthrough came in early 1960s when I had the privilege of working with Dr. Blumberg at the NIH. And Blumberg had already discovered polymorphisms in human serum proteins. By using multiply transfused patients and reacting them with populations around the world, he observed that some people had lipoprotein 1 and other people had lipoprotein 2, and you could develop antibodies against the lipoprotein you didn't have. And characteristic of this was done in an agar gel plate, and characteristic of that line, the precipitin line, was that it stained blue for the lipid from the lipoprotein. I had been using agar gel in the same way, looking for transfusion reactions. And we heard Blumberg talk, and we got together and had a very rapid collaboration. In those days, no IRBs, no protocols, no nothing. You just did what you wanted to do. And we immediately had a collaboration. And we discovered what was then called the Australia antigen. Go back, name because in that particular day, we were testing serum from an Australian Aborigine. Blumberg was a geneticist. He collected samples all over the world. And just by chance on that day, it was Australian Aborigines. And then I spent the next year looking at different populations. I won't go into the hepatitis B story, but this Australia antigen was quite common, especially in patients who are immunosuppressed, patients who were transfused. It later became known as the hepatitis B surface antigen, as you know. Oops, sorry. When I came back to NIH in 1970, Bob Purcell and Paul Holland and Paul Schmidt had already set up a prospective study of patients undergoing open heart surgery to look for hepatitis incidence. And I came back to NIH from Georgetown in 1970, and I took over this study. The study had several features that became important over the years. First of all, these patients having open heart surgery had only one condition, pretty much. They had heart disease. They didn't have underlying immunodeficiencies or other confounding events. They received a lot of blood. The heart-lung machine required 7 units of blood just to prime the machine. So they received an average of 17 units of blood per patient. So it was a good population to look for transfusion-associated events. We then sampled the patients every week or 2 weeks post-transfusion for the first 3 months, and then every month for another 6 months. And luckily put these samples away, froze them away, and they became invaluable over the years. We also saved donor samples wherever we could, so we could do donor-recipient linkage. And we had no tests for hepatitis, so the only way we could assess it was by using the ALT or the AST. But this proved to be potent. And we set up criteria for what ALT elevation would be a hepatitis, and then some patients had jaundice. The very first finding, and this was studied by John Walsh, showed the inordinate rate of hepatitis, post-transfusion hepatitis. Over 30% of patients undergoing open heart surgery developed post-transfusion hepatitis. And most of this was anicteric and asymptomatic. So had we not been doing these prospective samples, these would have gone undetected. But by doing the ALT levels, we could determine that the rates of hepatitis were extremely high, that most cases were indeed asymptomatic. And this was kind of startling. John Walsh also looked at the causes of these high rates. And what he found was that if you got a unit of blood from a paid donor source, we couldn't get enough donors in those years, and we were buying blood from out of state, from terrible places like Baltimore, Wilson, and from Memphis. And it turned out these were very high-risk people that were selling their blood. So if you got at least one unit of blood from a paid donor, you had a 51% chance of getting hepatitis. Whereas if you got only volunteer donor blood, you had only a 7% chance of getting hepatitis. So with that information in hand, we somehow were able to transition in 1970 to an all-volunteer donor system and introduce the first generation tests for the Australia antigen, or the hepatitis B surface antigen, which we did with a homebrew agar gel kit. These two measures together had a profound effect, and the rates of hepatitis came down from over 30% down to around 10%. Nothing we've ever done since that time has had such a profound effect, because we've never had such high rates of hepatitis as we did when we're using the commercial blood. So we're now down to about a 10% incidence in 1971, 72. Then Abbott Laboratories came up with a more sensitive third generation test around 1973. We went back into these hepatitis cases and somewhat surprisingly found that only about 25, at maximum 30% of cases were due to hepatitis B, and that there was some non-B entity that was causing most of the hepatitis. In 1975, Feinstein and Kapickian and Purcell, who were NIH, Feinstein shown on your right, using immune electron microscopy, discovered the hepatitis A virus. These were our collaborators, and we immediately sent them our non-B samples. And not a single case of non-B hepatitis was due to hepatitis A, the only other known agent at the time. So it was then in a step of brilliant deductive reasoning, that we said if these cases were not A and were not B, we would call them non-A, non-B. Now, we did this awkward nomenclature because we really hadn't yet proven that it was a viral agent. We hadn't yet proven we had a transmissible agent. We were tempted to call it hepatitis C, which was the next letter in the alphabet, but we didn't. And also we were quite cocky that we would soon discover this virus and rename it hepatitis C. As you know, that did not happen. In any event, we now had non-A, non-B as a predominant cause of post-transfusion hepatitis. The next step was to prove transmissibility. We did that in the chimpanzee model. Now, chimps got ALT elevations just like humans. They were asymptomatic. They could get chronic infection, but didn't seem to have any clinical sequelae. And they were quite happy to join our study. You see them here lining up to sign their informed consents. But what we found was that we could transmit this non-A, non-B hepatitis from patients who had acute hepatitis, patients who had chronic hepatitis, and importantly, from totally asymptomatic blood donors who had been implicated in a case of hepatitis transmission. The next step was a fortuitous event. This patient, Mr. H, who's become famous, was a trailblazer. He, as a hobby, he liked to blaze trails, climb mountains. And on one of his mountain treks, he had a cardiac arrest and would have died on the mountain, but his wife was there. She knew CPR, and she salvaged him and eventually came to NIH. This single patient taught us more about hepatitis than any other patient that I've ever seen, and maybe than any other patient in the world, because his samples got sent all around the world. This shows on the left his clinical course, where the blue indicates the ALT elevations. You see that about 6 weeks after transfusion, where he received 17 or 18 units of blood, his ALT levels began to rise, and they rose quite precipitously up to 2,112, with the upper limit normal being 40. So a huge increase in this is very unusual, in fact, in hepatitis C. At point A, on the ascending limb of his ALT elevations, we've been looking for a patient like this in the stage of acute hepatitis, because we realize that viruses are most at their highest level very early in the infection. So at point A, we obtained a 500 ml apheresis unit, and we inoculated that into a chimp shown in the top right panel, and it caused hepatitis in the chimp. And Bob Purcell titered this in other chimpanzees and showed it had a chimp infectious dose of 10 to the 6.5 chimp infectious doses, which later proved to be almost identical to the HCV RNA levels. At point B, at the peak of his ALT, we got another unit of apheresis, put this into a chimp in the middle panel, and it did not cause hepatitis. This was surprising, but we now realize that when we could go back later using PCR, if you look at the yellow curve on the left, you see that the HCV RNA level, there was a little blip right after his transfusion. That was the virus coming from his donor that caused a little blip in him, and then it got contained. And then he had this rapid rise in HCV RNA. But you can see that at point A, his HCV RNA was at a very high level. By point B, his HCV RNA was coming down rapidly to almost baseline, and his ALT came down subsequently. And at point B, antibody had appeared, as shown in the yellow bar, so that his virus was immune complexed and less infectious because of the complexing. So that's why we think it did not transmit. On the lower panel is just ultracentrifugation showing that indeed there were immune complexes. So now we had two things. We had an infectious inoculum, and we had the chimpanzee model. And together, these provide a lot of information. Steve Feinstone, who was in Dr. Purcell's lab at the time, did this experiment of chloroform extraction, where he took the H strain, it was called the H77 strain, treated it with chloroform, and showed that it was no longer transmissible on the lower panel, whereas a sham extraction did transmit hepatitis to the chimp. This told us that the virus had essential lipid, chloroform being a lipid solvent. So we presumed that there was essential lipid in an envelope of the virus. And then fellow Li Fang He did these filtration studies where we passed the H inoculum through various size filters, saw where they were still infectious and where infectivity stopped. This told us that the virus did not pass through a 30 nanometer filter. And we came up then with this presumed viral cartoon of a small virus, 30 to 60 nanometers in size, with a lipid envelope. And this really narrowed the taxonomic possibilities down to these small, what were then called toga viruses, the small RNA viruses, either flavi or alpha viruses, or it could have been a hepatitis B-like virus or delta-like agent, but we had a lot of evidence that it was unrelated to hepatitis B. So it was going to be a new class of viral agents or a small RNA virus. Dan Bradley, the CDC, was the first, I believe, to say it's most characteristic of a flavivirus, as it turned out to be. Well, we kept working to find this virus, to find an assay. We tried every immune technique, radioimmune technique, and could not come up with an antigen or an antibody. So we moved on to look at the clinical spectrum of non-A, non-B. Now, many people felt that this was a benign transaminitis. But when we actually did liver biopsies with the NIH Liver Service, then was headed by Jay Hufnagel, Adrian DiBiscelli, now Mark Ghani, Mason is here from that group, Paul Martin's here from that group, Rohit may be in the audience. Anyway, we had the host of these great fellows under Jay Hufnagel, who later have become the leaders in the field. But what we showed with these liver biopsies is that in the initial biopsy of 39 patients over many years, that most of them had a pretty benign looking liver histology, but 10% already had cirrhosis, and another 13% had what was called chronic active hepatitis that would ultimately progress to cirrhosis. We then did repeat biopsies, particularly on those who had the more severe fibrotic changes. But most patients in the subsequent biopsies, which were different intervals, had no progression of their fibrosis. But under observation, another 25% progressed to cirrhosis. So overall, out of the 39 patients, we had 8 patients with cirrhosis. And as you can see on the bottom, 3 of those patients died of liver failure, and another 3 had very severe liver disease when they died of their intercurrent heart disease. So we came up with this 20% figure for a non-A, non-B cirrhosis. That's held up over the years. It may be 30%, but that's about where we are. So we now knew that this was not a benign transaminitis. This was a chronic persistent infection that could cause cirrhosis in about 20%, and that it could be fatal in those who had cirrhosis. Now, something else is going to happen here. I'm not sure what it is. But as I mentioned, well, we looked for these agents unsuccessfully. I then wrote a poem of frustration, which I called "I Can't See the Forest for the HBsAgs." I think that I shall never see this virus called non-A, non-B, a virus I cannot deliver, and yet I know it's in the liver. A virus that we often blame, but which exists alone by name. No antigen or DNA, no little test to mark its way. A virus which in our confusion has forced us into mass collusion to make exist just by exclusion. But is it real or an illusion? Oh, great liver in the sky, show us where, tell us why. Send us thoughts that will inspire us. Let us see this elusive virus. If we don't publish soon, they're going to fire us. So, well, that poem, I think, had a great influence on Michael Houghton and the Chiron Corporation, because shortly after I first presented it at a meeting, Chiron came from out of the blue and said, "We think we've discovered the non-A, non-B virus." And they did this in the mid 1980s. They worked for this in secret for about 6 years. And what they did was this expression cloning. But they started out with a known high titer sample. I think it was a chimp sample from Dan Bradley. They pelleted the presumed virus. They then expressed or extracted the RNA and the DNA, but the RNA proved to be important. They cut that up with restriction enzymes and then did a very important next step. And that was to use what had just come out was a GT11 expression vector. This was a vector that would not only carry a gene, but when put into E. coli, would express any protein coded by that gene. So they then infected E. coli with this expression vector and then lysed the E. coli, absorbed the lysates on filter paper. And then in the third important step, Michael assumed that there would be antibody, even though nobody had ever shown antibody. And he screened the filter paper looking for a reaction in the paper. So he screened these individual clones. The story goes that there were 6 million clones that were examined. I've heard 9 million, but 6 million is the term, that they went through 6 million clones before they found a single reactive clone. This was an effort of great extent. Nowadays, a PhD could do this experiment in a couple of weeks, but this was in the 80s when molecular biology was just emerging, and it was a tour de force. And they were then able to subclone this. They came up with a little short segment. They were able to walk the genome and extend that segment, and then develop an antibody to it, and have a test for detecting anti-HCV. George Crow, I'm sorry, this is a picture of Dan Bradley on the left, the CDC, and Michael Houghton at the right. At the time we shared the Lasker Prize. But George Crow, who was working with Michael, developed this anti-HCV assay, and he asked for what was then known as the infamous ALTER panel. It was a small panel of highly pedigreed samples where all the presumed non-A, non-B positives had been proven infectious in the chimp, and all the presumed negatives had come from blood donors who had donated more than 10 times and never been implicated in a case of hepatitis transmission. The Chiron Corporation, after I had 19 other laboratories who claimed the non-A, non-B tests, and they all failed this panel because the samples were there in duplicate, and the duplicates were in random positions. But Chiron detected non-A, non-B in 2 patients with chronic non-A, non-B, 3 patients with chronic non-A, non-B in 6 different random positions. They detected in 2 implicated donors in 4 different positions. They did not pick up 2 cases of acute hepatitis because they were looking for antibody and not virus at that time, but these patients later seroconverted. And most importantly, the 7 negative controls were negative in 14 different positions. That nobody else had ever been able to do that. With that knowledge in hand that there was indeed now a test for HCV, we went to 15 of our best non-A, non-B cases. Every one of them was negative for antibody to HCV before their transfusion and became positive subsequent to transfusion. We then looked at 25 cases where we had the blood donor samples, and we showed that there was a positive donor in 80% of these cases, anti-HCV positive donor in 80% of the cases, and 88% by a second generation assay. So we could predict that if we introduce this test to blood donor screening, that we might prevent near 90% of post-transfusion hepatitis. Indeed, that's what happened. We started out with that 33% on your left. Different interventions over the years led to a lessening of hepatitis rates. There was less blood transfused. We introduced other assays and things. Finally got it down to about 4%. By 1989, when the Chiron assay came out, we then started that testing in 1990. We had only one case of non-A, non-B after that. 1992, a better assay came out, and then we didn't see any more HCV cases, nor did we see any cases of non-A, non-B, non-C, which had been postulated, and we looked for. I don't think there is another hepatitis agent from our studies. But anyway, we got down to 0 incidents of post-transfusion hepatitis by 1997. You can calculate that almost 5 million cases of hepatitis may have been transmitted by blood transfusion in the decades of the 1970s and 1980s. And conversely, that over 2 million cases might have been prevented once we started routine anti-HCV screening, which was done nationwide by 1992. Now, I work at NIH all my career almost, and people at NIH are considered to be lazy, working on the government dole. But I just want to emphasize to you that I always gave 100% at work. It's just that it had this peculiar distribution. Now today is actually one of my worst days, so I'm sorry about that. Now, that kind of took the transfusion story to its end. But as you know, hepatitis C is a global problem, 70 million chronic carriers throughout the world, maybe more. And one of the reasons is that 75 to 85% of patients develop persistent infection. So we were interested in why. What causes this persistent infection? And particularly working with Patricia Farsi at the NIH. Patricia cloned the H77 specimen, did 105 clones, found that 57% of the clones were identical. But at the same time, in that single sample blood, there were 19 other variants of hepatitis C present. So that even if one mounted a good immune response to the dominant clone, any one of these other clones could have risen to dominance. So it's this quasi-species nature of hepatitis C, which is one of the major causes of the escape. Why it's so hard to develop a vaccine for hepatitis C, like HIV. We then, Patricia looked at one of our patients who went on to a fulminant course, not fulminant, but a rapidly progressive course, sampled him at different times before the first ALT peak, and did 10 clones at each point. At week 3, you could see there were 3 variants present, arbitrarily labeled A, B, and C. But by week 8, those were not evident, but now there was D as the dominant strain, but also E, F, G. By week 13, there were more variants. In fact, quite an increasing number, because at week 13, antibody had appeared, and antibody was driving the mutations on the envelope of the virus. And then by week 16, went through almost the entire alphabet of variants developing. And it's this ability of the virus to keep changing, to keep modifying, to keep escaping. We're finding this now with COVID, how these variants are escaping. In another study, Wertheimer, this was not from our group, showed that patients who had chronic hepatitis C did not have CD4 or CD8 responses to the virus. They were no different than normal people who'd never experienced the virus. Yet when they recovered, and this is whether they recovered by treatment or spontaneously, as some patients do, they have good responses. So the T cells are not killed. They're just blunted, presumably by the high viral loads that are present. In our studies, in these prospective studies, we found three general patterns of post-transfusion hepatitis. Most patients had this relatively long indolent course, 60 to 70%, where they were persistently viremic, they had low-level ALT elevations, and they didn't progress to cirrhosis within the time frame that we followed them. But 20 to 30% had this progressive course where, again, the virus was persistent, the ALTs may have been a little bit higher, but they went on to cirrhosis in 15 to 40 years. And then in a small group, less than 5%, they had a more rapid progression to cirrhosis, even in less than 5 years. We think these people had pre-existing conditions, either alcohol or drug-induced hepatitis, autoimmune hepatitis, or maybe even NASH, which we had no knowledge of at that time. But Patricia, again, did a very interesting study. It's again involved our patient H, where she compared the slow progressor with rapid progressors. And what you see is a slow progressor shown in a yellow line. I don't know if you can see the colors out there, but the slow progressors had early containment of the virus. See, the virus went up to high level right after transfusion, but then got contained and almost came down to negative when suddenly a variant appeared and the levels went back up, and then they were into chronic infection. But there was some immune response already in these patients who went on to the slow course. Whereas those who had rapid progression, shown in the blue, never showed this early immunologic containment. The rapid progressors also had high levels of MCP1, a monocyte chemotactic protein. This is a chemokine that activates stellate cells, and stellate cells in turn produce more of the chemokine, but also lay down collagen. So we think it's this driver of the stellate cells that leads to the more rapid progression. This is only one of the drivers. In contrast, the slow progressors had good levels of interferons and other cytokines that were more protective cytokines. This was another study we did. We did a micro RNA screening. This was done by a fellow in my lab, Kentaro Matsuura. And what he showed was that using serial liver biopsies, that patients who had this rapid fibrosis progression already had low levels of LET7A and LET7C, microRNAs, and that as the liver disease progressed, that these LET7 levels went down even further. And this made physiologic sense because LET7 is a suppressor of TGF-beta. And TGF-beta is one of the main drivers of stellate cell activation and collagen deposition. So you take away this suppressor, TGF-beta levels go up, stellate cells get activated, and fibrosis is laid down. So we think these are two of the drivers of fibrosis. I'm sure there are others. Now, I want to just end on one more element that we studied, and this is hepatocellular carcinoma. This is just a single study we did with our collaborators in Japan, Yasuhiro Tanaka and Dr. Mizukami. And it was a very interesting study where we compared the US H strain, which was genotype 1A, with the Japanese strain, which was genotype 1B. And they performed molecular clock analysis. This is a mathematical manipulation where you can do serial sequencing in samples from a given patient, and then mathematically extrapolate back to when that particular genotype emerged from some common ancestor, and then when it spread rapidly within a population. I have no idea how it's done, but that's what they did. But what you see is that in Japan, in red, that genotype 1b emerged around 1880 and then was dormant until the 1930s and 1940s, when it spread rapidly in the Japanese population. But what was happening in Japan in the 1930s and 40s, first they were at war with China, then they were in World War II. We now learn that the soldiers were shooting up before battle. They were using amphetamines at that time. So when you had a kamikaze pilot coming at you, he was high on amphetamines. And now in Japan, that genotype is leveling off. It's no longer increasing in the population. In the US, in contrast, the genotype 1A appeared around 1910 and then was quiet until the 1960s, 70s, and 80s, when we had our own needle sharing epidemic and spread hepatitis C and B in our population. In the US, this continues. The drug-using population is still the main source of continuing HCV infections. The importance of this slide is that there's a 30 to 40 year difference between the US and Japan, and that Japan has an 8 to 10-fold higher incidence of hepatocellular carcinoma than we do in the US. And they've always said your rates will go up just like ours once you had the virus, as long as we have had it. And that has proven to be the case. In this study by El Sarag, beautiful epidemiologic study from Houston, showing that the rates of hepatocellular carcinoma in the US have increased threefold from the late 70s to the late 80s, and that all of that is due to hepatitis C. And it was projected that if there was no change in the state of care for hepatitis C, that these rates, the rates of hepatocellular carcinoma, would increase fourfold between 2009 and 2029. And I'm sure that is what would have happened. But there was quite a considerable change in the standard of care. The treatments kept getting better and better. Whoops, I don't know where I am here. And as you know now, with the direct-acting antivirals, we can cure 95 to 100% of patients with hepatitis C. It's something I never thought I would see in my lifetime. It really is miraculous. So with that, state where we are now, I wrote a poem of an ode to HCV. And I said, your days are numbered, my fine feathered friend, with drugs now attacking your enzymes and your 3' end. Drug after drug is on your case, snuggling up to your protease. See how well you can replicate without your polymerase. Your non-structural proteins are now big targets. They're selling your pieces on the open markets. More than half your victims are already cures, and 90% responses the future assures. You were quite proud of your force of destruction. Killing hepatocytes was your seduction. Disabling lymphocytes as if by abduction. Stopping coag factors en route to production. Shrinking the liver by fibrotic reduction. HCV, you're on your way out. A few more years and you've had your last shout. At meetings, you will no longer talk about. You'll be avirulent, have lost all your clout. Of your ultimate demise, there is now little doubt. In many ways, I'll miss you. You've been a good foe. We've waged a long battle, gone to and fro. And along the way, you've improved my cash flow. You've aged like a fine Bordeaux, but now you must rest and bask in what was your glow. We've got you, you bugger, and we'll soon lay you low. singing your swan song is now apropos. So, not just a little more. So, how do you see HCV now is whether you see the glass as half empty or half full. If you see the glass as half full, you'd say with cure rates now approaching 100%, from this time forward, once HCV is recognized, once it's identified, no one should develop cirrhosis or die from hepatitis C. That's a fact if we found them. But if you look at the glass as half full, it's been estimated that only about 50% of people with hepatitis C have been identified, and that may not even be that high. And it's certainly lower in the developing world. So detecting silent carriers of HCV is our first priority. Secondly, it's access to treatment. Even among known carriers, at the beginning, only a minority were getting treated. Though this proportion is now increasing, insurance companies have finally realized that it's cheaper to get rid of HCV in 8 to 12 weeks than it is to treat cirrhosis and do liver transplants. So more and more patients are getting treated, but the high cost of drugs is still a major impediment. The prices have come down, but they're still totally out of the range of people. As individuals, they have to have insurance coverage. And in third world countries, so the prices are low, they have to be extremely low to treat. It has to be $1 a treatment or $10 a treatment to really have it happen. So these are still impediments. So I've tried to look at as to whether we can actually eradicate hepatitis B and C, and if so, how might that happen? Well, for HBV, we have a vaccine. We have a very, very good vaccine, and it's being disseminated more and more throughout the world. It'll continue to be disseminated. It's being given to most children at birth, even in developing nations. So I think we will eventually get rid of B, and we can now treat people down to low levels of HBV DNA so they don't transmit. So B has great hope. For C, we don't have a vaccine. It's been very difficult, but we have these great drugs. So to get to eradication, and I understand Dr. Bernstein is going to disagree with me on this, but that'll be good. To get to eradication, we just need a miracle to occur. But the miracle can be defined. For B, I told you we had the vaccination, but we can, if we had a sensitive test, we need to detect these carriers all over the world. And then we need to have the treatments at an affordable price. So what I would envision is having a rapid field test for hepatitis C, either by antibody or virus, and the drug right in hand at the same time. You test somebody in Africa, they're positive, you give them the first month's supply or the whole 3-month supply, and then see them at the end. The side effects are so minimal, you can do that. So I think with global screening on a massive scale, I'm not saying this is easy, this is going to be very, very difficult, and low-cost treatments, I think even without a vaccine, if we couldn't eradicate, we could really get the rates down very considerably. And what it's going to take is really just we don't need better drugs, we don't need better tests. We need the political will, the philanthropic will, the moral imperative to make this happen. And it's going to take decades, but it's conceivable it could happen. So I'm going to end just saying that this is not going to happen for me because I have a whole new life perspective shown here in an experimental model where I plotted age against give a damn. And that's me out here. So it's going to be you young people in the audience who are going to have to take on this mantle and eradicate hepatitis C. So I'm going to leave you with just one last poem that I wrote after the Nobel. And I haven't finished this poem. I got the first paragraph and the ending, so I'm going to read it anyway. It's called "I Never Had No Nobel Dreams." When I grew up in Ridgewood, Queens, I never had no Nobel dreams. My goal was to hit the ball between the seams, to collect baseball cards by the reams, to not have my mom detect my schemes. And then I was going to go through the rest of my life, but I haven't yet done that. But at the end, I say, and now my non-Nobel dream has unfolded. With new credentials, I'm suddenly emboldened. 1,000 congratulatory emails my computer unloaded. But for Nobel aspirations, I was not truly molded. I expect any day Karolinska will have annulled it, and I will be the first laureate to have his medal ungolded. To have the King of Sweden say, from altar we best hold it. Get the medal back before he has sold it. This award has given my life a massive shakeup. My heart and my mind are having a breakup. Strange forces are scrambling my genetic makeup. The leaves of my life, age will soon rake up. But I'm happy to be where I am because in life there is no makeup. From this Nobel dream, I'm afraid to wake up. Thank you very much. Okay.
And thanks, Harvey, for this incredibly wonderful presentation. Given the global burden of hepatitis C that you shared with us, your contribution to science, to medicine, to humanity, and I should say to poetry is actually going to be celebrated for years to come. I did not know the incredible talent in poetry. Now we are fortunate that we could celebrate your distinguished career here with us, and the recent Nobel Award that you received, not only with you, Diane, as well as a lot of our colleagues and friends here, people that have admired you for generations and will admire you in the future. And it's really very nice, beautiful sitting, and hopefully this will inspire you to finish your poem post award. And also, hopefully, this is the end of the COVID era, so we can do this more and more. So thanks again, Harvey, for really coming here and sharing your perspective with your colleagues and your friends. Thank you. We're going to go ahead and actually with the remainder of the program. The next one will be on viral hepatitis, Dr. Marcelo Kugelmass. I don't see Marcelo. Maybe he's still sleeping. No, he's right there. He's going to be the chair of the next program, and then we'll go from there. Marcelo, please take it over.
Good morning, everyone. What a fantastic start. And I am so happy to be here and so happy to see so many good friends and be a part of this group. We're going to continue and have two fantastic lectures on hepatitis C, hepatitis B, and Delta. And we're going to have a fantastic meeting together. Let's enjoy and let's get back to a better future. So with that, I would like to introduce our first speaker. It's going to be Dr. David Bernstein. He's going to speak about elimination strategies in the United States. Dave wanted to say that he does deserve the Nobel Prize, but he hasn't been considered yet. In the meantime, he's Vice Chair of Medicine for Clinical Trials, Chief of Hepatology at Northwell Health, and Professor of Medicine at Zucker School of Medicine at Hofstra and Northwell. Let's receive him.
Thank you very much. I'd really like to thank the CLDF for inviting me and putting me in this wonderful position of following a Nobel laureate. But I do want to, when I actually told my mother that I was giving a lecture to follow a Nobel laureate, and I told her I was nervous, she reminded me, and this is a true story, that I actually did win a Nobel Prize. My 6th grade teacher was Mr. Noble. And at the end of each year, he would give out prizes. And he gave me the Nobel Prize for most improved handwriting. And then she reminded me that he wrote on the bottom that it went from illegible to semi-legible. So with that, again, Harvey, wonderful, and I thank you. My role here is to really talk about hepatitis C elimination strategies in the US currently, and will we reach the WHO 2030? And this may be a little bit of a downer, but I think there are some upsides. And I want to say that, Harvey, I actually agree with everything you said. So I think at the end of this, we're going to come to the same conclusion. These are my disclosures. And so if we talk about what those WHO targets are for 2030, and I think we really remember 2030 because now we're in 2021, our role here, or the goal, is to diagnose 90% of the people worldwide with hepatitis C, treat 80% of those with current therapies, reduce new infections by 90%, and decrease liver-related mortality related to hepatitis C by 65%. These are pretty lofty goals for a world in 2030, and really have to be addressed country by country, looking at how do we actually do this? And so what does it take to reach these goals? And so I'm going to agree with the first thing Dr. Alter said. It takes a political will and support from the nation's leaderships to do this. It needs social pressures from communities that are affected to raise awareness, to get leaders across their nations to actually throw support behind this. We need simple, inexpensive testing with treatments that are also inexpensive and readily available. There has to be a simplified management plan. And perhaps most importantly across the world, we need to engage new treaters, get away from the fact that this has to be hepatologists or gastroenterologists, and expand our horizons to those who can actually treat. So when you look at these goals and you say, who's actually done that in the world? It's Egypt. Egypt really has made a remarkable stride in beginning to eliminate hepatitis C in their country, and they will reach the WHO goals in 2030. So how then can we, a really fractured nation of 50 different states with 50 different rules, with 50 different commissioners of health, come together to reach these goals, lofty goals, that the WHO has set for 2030, right? And so before I talk about what we're doing, let's just look at the burden today of hepatitis C in the United States. And this is data that comes from the CDC, the latest being 2018. It's estimated that there are about 2.4 million people in the United States with hepatitis C, many of whom remain yet unidentified. And the actual incidence of hepatitis C has increased 300-fold in a decade. So we're seeing more cases than in the past. Much of that is due to the fact that we have an epidemic of acute hepatitis C across this country, affecting younger people. So how do you eliminate a disease where we're still having lots of new cases? We have a new, and I'll show you, a bimodal distribution of hepatitis C amongst young and baby boomers. I'd hate to use the word old. The death rate in the US is high, and it particularly affects Indian populations, which I think is important. We're here in Arizona, Alaskan natives, and Black Americans as opposed to white Americans. And even though we're making tremendous strides in the treatment of hepatitis C, and the number of people being transplanted for hepatitis C is going down, we still have the third greatest number of deaths in the world from hepatitis C after China and India. So we have a problem out there. This just simply looks at the data. You can see that the rising number of cases, acute cases across the country, and how it predominantly is affecting those age groups between 20 and 40. Although all other age groups except teenagers are going up, but going up to a lesser degree. So we have a problem, and our problem is how do we not only treat what was available or treat what's out there, but how do we prevent others from getting it? And do we have the political will to have the policies to prevent people from acquiring this disease? This looks at the number of acute cases by state, and you can find your state. Light, and you can see barriers. And what are those barriers then in the US? And I'll come to that. We need a federal policy. And so recently, the US federal government gave or stated that they have a plan, right? And they looked at a viral hepatitis national strategic plan for hepatitis B and C, a roadmap to the elimination of viral hepatitis in the US 2021 to 2025, with 5 goals. 1 is to prevent new infections. 2 is to improve viral hepatitis related outcomes of the people who have infection. 3 is to reduce viral hepatitis related disparities and healthcare inequities. 4 is to improve viral hepatitis surveillance and data usage. And 5 is to achieve integrated, coordinated efforts that address the viral hepatitis epidemics among all partners and stakeholders. So it's a very important document which lays out policy. It also recommended research, the need for a vaccine. It recommended the advanced development and use of viral hepatitis point of care testing, test and treat. And then they also recommended more research for broadly effective and easily available and administered hepatitis C therapies. I would argue that we already have that. We have wonderful therapies. We just have to be able to get them to people. But the plan is really a how and a why. It's a very long, very well-constructed document, and it's very important from a policy and a political standpoint. But despite being released, there have been no high-level officials in the United States government who have publicly endorsed this plan. And so to be successful, we need high-level folks to actually do that. It doesn't have any specifics, and it has no dollars behind it. And the only way we truly do eliminate hepatitis C in the US is to pay for things. We need monies. And most interestingly, it's a federal document, which means states don't have to follow it. right? We have 50 different states that can make their own policies. And we do need, now that this is written, a federal implementation plan. Take what's actually now been put into this strategic plan and implement it. So that implementation plan is in development. So they're working on that. As a reminder, it's 2021. It takes years to develop an implementation plan, and the goal is elimination by 2030. So we'll have to see as we go forward. My family was British, and so my father used to always make sure I knew how to quote British leaders. So this is Winston Churchill. Plans are worthless, but planning is everything. So we have a plan, but now we actually have to do the planning and implement what is going on. We still in the US lack the political will and don't have a single champion out there to fight for us. There are significant social stigmas which remain in our affected populations and getting worse with the fracturing in our country that we've seen over the past few years. We need more education. We have to do something from a local policy to reduce or eliminate the current opioid epidemic that we have. We need simple testing, point of care PCR testing that's readily available. Right now, still most testing is 2 steps. You get an antibody test, and then you have to have a viral test. And half of the positive antibody tests are not followed up with a viral test. And the guidelines that we have for screening are not universally followed. So how do we solve some of these problems in addition to the cost of treatment? And cost has come down, but for those who have to pay, it's absolutely unaffordable. And if we don't pay for everyone, we're never going to eliminate. We have restrictive state policies regarding hepatitis C treatments in the affected populations, in particular those who need it the most, the poorer populations. We really have inadequate linkage to care and lack of treaters across the country. There are lots of hepatologists doing it, but there aren't a lot of hepatologists. There are lots of GI people who are out there who are doing it now, but most people never make it to a gastroenterologist. And there are lots of infectious disease people who are doing it, but there are even fewer infectious disease folks than gastroenterologists. We don't have a vaccine, and we, because of COVID in the past year, have sort of fallen back. And COVID has had an effect on hepatitis C in this country. We had decreased visits, so we sort of lost 2020 to find these folks. Hepatitis C is on the back burner. But in addition, because of COVID and the increase in alcohol use and the increase in opioid use in the past year, we're actually seeing more cases. And you couple that with states are hurting economically. Most of the payments will come from state Medicaids and state budgets. And state budgets are now hurting. And so as our leaders are looking at budgetary cuts, this is certainly one of them that has a potential. And so COVID's effects are going to be long lasting. We hope it goes away, but it may not. How do we address these barriers then in our large, diverse country? Let's look at who the payers are. The reality is, if you have commercial insurance, it's pretty easy to get treated and there's ready access all across the country. If you have Medicare, all therapies are approved. You can get the treatment, but copays can be high. Copays can be in the thousands of dollars a month. And although treatments can be 2 or 3 months, many Medicare recipients can't afford that. Right? And so if you have to pay $3,000 or $4,000 or $5,000 a month, even for 2 months, and you're on a fixed income, you just can't get it. And although there are programs that people can use, foundation grants and others, the vast majority who have these can't afford it. Medicaid gets divided into 2, fee-for-service and managed care organizations, MCOs, with about 70% of Medicaid people across the country now enrolled in MCOs, and I'll come back to that. And then our prisons. It's estimated that 30 to 40% of the folks in the prisons in the United States have hepatitis C. Many states don't pay for those treatments, and none of the private prisons, which rose over the past decade in this country, pay for treatment of the prisoners with hepatitis C because it's a money loser. And that population then goes out and potentially spreads it. So how do we, sort of address these? Let's talk about state Medicaid restrictions, because that's where a lot of this bottleneck is. Many states have significant fibrosis requirements, mandatory sobriety periods, prescriber restrictions, who can write those prescriptions, prior authorization requirements, and most states don't fund harm reduction services to prevent people from acquiring the disease. Doesn't make a lot of sense. So it's really akin to if you have hypertension, waiting until you have a stroke to treat it. If you have diabetes, waiting until you have eye problems or kidney problems before treating the diabetes, or not treating a UTI until you're septic. Right? And as long as these boundaries and barriers exist, we're not going to be able to treat everyone who comes through and eliminate hepatitis C in the US. And it comes down to, this is Tip O'Neill, all politics are local. We can talk all we want on a national level, but this has to be done state by state. And people in the respective states have to organize and figure out how best to approach their leaders to create the political will to change, because federal policies probably will not do that. This is from a website that's kept up to date. It's called stateofhepc.org. It looks at Medicaid access rankings. And again, the darker it is, the worse it is. So you can see, which states are there. 23 states are actually graded A, which is a significant improvement. But 6 states rank D to F. And they're really ones that have significant restrictions on the access to hepatitis C therapies. This looks at simply sobriety, right, and how you assess it, and what are the regulations. So we've gotten better. In 2017, 60% of states had sobriety restrictions for getting patients hepatitis C therapy. Now 25% do, but that's still a big number. And some of them you have to be sober, however their definition is, for 6 months to a year before you have the ability to get hepatitis C therapy. Makes no sense medically. But again, these are all done state by state. 5 states don't require a prior authorization. That's critical to obtaining access. And these are the 5 states that do that. Most, if you think about what it takes to do a prior authorization, it's pretty simple, but you have to have a person. Most of the places which care for patients with Medicaid don't have the personnel to do the prior authorization nor follow up. So this is a significant barrier. Someone has to fax in or go online and send the information. It may or may not get rejected. You have to go back and forth to finally get it. So it doesn't happen for the majority of people that have to go through this prior authorization process. I'm going to highlight a state that I'm proud of that got an A+ rating, and that's New York. I'll tell you what we did. A lot had to do with coming together as an organization called the Empire Liver Foundation. It was a dream of Ira Jacobson, and many of the people sitting out here actually came together to influence the leaders of the state. So I'll highlight those who are here. Doug Dietrich, Bob Brown, Ira Jacobson, Andy Talal, who were really influential in going to our state capital and working with leaders to develop a plan. So New York had its first 5-year viral hepatitis strategic plan in 2005, of which we participated in development. And every 5 years, they've had another one. In 2014, New York State had the first mandatory testing law for hepatitis C for all baby boomers who were seen in the primary care settings or in hospital. In 2017, the governor, who's now in trouble, introduced a hepatitis C elimination task force and funded it significantly. So there's money there to do things. And New York State also wrote a treatment guidelines for primary care directed to primary care, similar to what the AASLD has done, but it has a little bit more meat. It took away all restrictions for fibrosis, for sobriety, and prescribers. And just this year, it got rid of the prior authorization. But what New York State did was somewhat unique. The Department of Health worked with Department of Insurance. So if you are a licensed insurance company in New York State, you have to follow the hepatitis C guidelines for treatment of the Department of Health. Otherwise, you can't operate as a business there, which means every single person who is insured by managed care, managed Medicaid must have access to treatment. Right? It's really a life changer for many people. So New York, even with this, is on the way to perhaps eliminate hepatitis C by 2035. We're not going to do it by 2030. And you can sort of see here, Mark Solkowski published this year, where he looked individually at all 50 states to see how states are doing to eliminate hepatitis C. And you can see there are only 3 states that are actually on track to eliminate hepatitis C by 2030. Washington State, South Carolina, and Connecticut, with many states not going to reach this by 2040 or 2050, assuming funding remains the same. If funding goes down, then everything gets pushed. And right now, again, there are significant funding crunches, unfortunately. We need simplified algorithm for treatment, which we actually do have. Test and treat, and the therapy should be readily available. We need to increase the treater pool. We need to get away from the fact that this has to be a specialist and go out for those non-cirrhotic cases to the primary care providers who should be able to do this. This is an easy disease to be treated by physician extenders who really are doing a yeoman's job currently, and with support could do more. And then there's a push in many areas to actually have pharmacists as primary treaters under the supervision of some type of physician or physician extender. It actually makes sense. And studies show that when pharmacists engage patients and initiate care, their patients are more likely to actually complete therapy. They're more likely to start therapy. And the overall SVR rates are actually better because they take the medications. Right? If you look at the most respected occupations, pharmacists are always very high up. Doctors have fallen a little, but pharmacists are always on the top. The VA has put in a system where pharmacists can be the primary writer of hepatitis C therapy in those non-complicated cases. It actually makes sense. And so across the country, there's a lot of work being now done with pharmacists and PharmD associations to allow greater flexibility for pharmacists to treat under the supervision of a physician. And there is a lot of political fallout related to that because many physicians feel threatened by this. But I think we have to, if we're going to solve this problem, open up our hearts and minds to realize what potentially is best for our population with hepatitis C. So to begin to sum up the barriers, lack of political will and no champion in the US. We have to wait. There really isn't anyone who is taking this at a high level and pushing the importance of hepatitis C. Social stigmas remain, and I will argue that over the past several years have gotten worse as we've become a less tolerant society for those who are different or those who are impoverished. And how do we get over that? We still need education. Those of us who are old enough to talk about this, we've been talking about improved education now for 25 years in hepatitis C. And so we're saying the same thing, but we haven't been able to actually do it. We need to nip the opioid epidemic in the butt and do things for harm reduction to prevent new disease. I didn't talk about perinatal, but that's another important source, especially as younger people who are using drugs and getting hepatitis C are also having children and infecting those children. We need simple 2-step testing, test and treat, but have an antibody and a PCR done same time and then be able to give patients the treatment right then and there, exactly as Dr. Alter had said. And we need to have screening guidelines that are followed. And do we mandate that? Mandates become a very bad word and a very political word. We can't even mandate the use of masks in the middle of COVID. How are we going to mandate testing and screening for hepatitis C amongst our population? I try not to get into the politics. What about the cost of treatment and testing? Again, I'm going to agree with Dr. Alter. We need to eliminate copays. And if people can't afford the therapy, we should provide it to them. It saves money to the society down the road if we can eliminate hepatitis C, and the actual costs aren't so much. We don't have a national treatment policy. We never will, because that's not how we're based. But we do need to ensure that the states, all 50 states, remove the barriers and allow people to be treated. But that has to be done locally by advocates in the state. Vaccines will develop, we hope. And COVID, I can't say, I hope it goes away. But every time we think it's getting better, it begins to get worse. And the effects of COVID will affect how we evaluate and treat patients with hepatitis C, again, related to the monies that states are losing because of that. We need novel programs. This is something that the CLDF did. This is the Triple E. This was worked through Andy Talal, who I believe had a lot to do with this, trying to educate, screen, link to care, patients who are substance abusers. This is a phenomenal program. You can see the numbers there, but it's really a drop in the bucket for what needs to be done. These type of programs need to be replicated across the country. And then we need to be able to fund these. So it's a plea for funding to be able to have these type of programs to be continued to be put in place. Because if we don't find the people, we'll never treat them, right? And so just some final points. How do we eliminate hepatitis C in the US? I think first we have to acknowledge that the treatments for hepatitis C are simplified, but our health systems are not. In fact, they probably become more complex over the past few years. We also have to acknowledge that hep C elimination requires a broad public health response, federal and local, coordinated together to be able to get rid of hepatitis C. We have to expand the treater pool and make it easier for patients to get their medicines locally. Maybe the local pharmacist should be able to distribute it as opposed to having to go to a specialty pharmacy. We have to reduce visits. There's no reason why you can't test and treat and then test again after someone completes therapy. They don't have to come into the office. You know, you should be able to do this in 2 visits, right? If they take the medications. We need to conveniently locate hepatitis C care in places that people can reach, in places that there's high prevalence, homeless shelters, drug and alcohol programs, mental health services, and develop and implement programs similar to what I showed you regarding the Triple E. There's a lot that we can do if we have the will, but that will requires time and money, right? So my final point, the US is not on track to eliminate hepatitis C by 2030, not even by 2050. But we are making significant progress. If we compare where we were 5 years ago to today, we are getting better, but we still have a long way to go. And I'll leave it with Yogi Berra. It ain't over till it's over. So we do have a lot of work still to do. So again, I thank you very much and appreciate the invitation to be here.
I want to remind you that you can ask questions using your tablets. There's also cards on the tables, and we're going to have Q&A after every session. So there's going to be plenty of opportunity to talk about these topics. Our next speaker is Dr. Robert Gish. Bob is medical director of the Hepatitis B Foundation and has teaching appointments at the University of Nevada, Loma Linda, and UCSD, as well as several other countries in the world. And we have enjoyed traveling to those together. It's a pleasure to introduce Bob Gish.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. And I've got a more difficult job than David because I have to go after 2 Nobel Prize winners. A challenge. And a congratulations to Harvey and the great work and opportunities I've had to travel with you, think about different things in the world, science, advocacy, also a moment for John Martin and all the work that he's done. Also, it's incredible. My task today is to talk about hepatitis B and D, and I'm going to focus pretty heavily on hepatitis B, but at the end, we'll have a discussion about Delta virus because there's huge changes happening in the Delta world now that we are entering a new phase of having therapeutics just around the corner. I've had a very interesting experience over the last few months, which has not just involved awareness raising, but fundraising. So I've been working with a lot of different investors trying to get startup money for a number of new hepatitis B companies. And it's allowed me really to think through hepatitis B drug development, what investors should be thinking about from a patient perspective, from a provider perspective. And I'm going to try to weave that into this, this discussion today, if that's okay. Thanks. Thanks again for having me. Work with a lot of different companies. My disclosures are here. First thing I'd like to start with is because of the coronavirus, SARS and MARS, we really realized that we are the world and hepatitis B is very similar. There's all these viruses, including in amphibians and fish that are related to the human hepatitis B virus. And there's a paper that we had published, thanks to Adrian Rubin, about my personal journey with hepatitis B. Not that I'm a carrier, but thinking about our family history and our world history. And that this article called "We Are All Africans," and that how we moved out of Africa and hepatitis B moved as we moved out of Africa, and the virus changed substantially. So that's a paper that you may want to take a look at. I think it's quite interesting. David, I think you highlighted this lofty goals to eliminate viral hepatitis, and we have a big problem with hepatitis B as well. There's a big dialogue going on nationally, and I'm on the phone sometimes 2 or 3 days a week interacting with the CDC, indirectly with the US Preventative Health Services Task Force, trying to have an effect on the ACIP, because we have a very dysfunctional hepatitis B message right now. The task force is talking about risk-based screening still, which we know has failed for hepatitis C, it's failed for HIV, and it's failed for hepatitis B. Yet they're still anchored in the ground that has to be risk-based because this is where the evidence is. But the evidence is that risk-based testing fails. So it's a very weird circular thinking. The ACIP is ready to issue a manifest saying all adults should be vaccinated for hepatitis B, but no statements about testing for virus before vaccination. And there's a whole story about core antibody, which I'll also talk about shortly. But we at the Hepatitis B Foundation, I'm going to put on that hat for a moment, strongly believe that all adults should be tested for hepatitis B with 3 tests. And we don't see this as a barrier, but we see it as a tool to identify disease, lead to elimination, lead to correct patient education. Robert Wong, who's here with us today, and I had the honor of working with a variety of different people, including Carol Brogart, Chris Cowdley, to update the 2012 paper, and were published just a few weeks ago in Hepatology, highlighting that the number of hepatitis B in the US is up to 2.4 million. Joseph Lim and I also had another paper, a number of other people that are here, saying up to 2.5 million people are surface antigen positive. And I'll get back to that message and why that's important. But just think for a moment, if you're raising money for a startup pharma company in the hepatitis B space, awareness about the knowledge of a disease prevalence is absolutely critical. And I'll talk about the surface antigen story a little bit more in a moment. Another problem in hepatitis B is we have a lot of other accelerants. We have alcohol, we have NASH, we have Delta, and that really is an important part of assessing every patient. And I don't think that message has been thoroughly disseminated. So really think that should be part of your educational program, part of what CLDF does. And of course, we have vaccine preventable disease. We have a new super vaccine with a 2-dose, higher antibody response, better compliance and adherence to that. So I think that vaccine message has to be part of every educational program. We're under screening because people aren't taking a risk history, or they're taking a risk history and the risks are minimized, or the patient forgets their risks or doesn't want to identify their risks. And stigma is a huge part of this. So if we just test everybody, we don't necessarily have to go through a detailed risk or an inaccurate risk assessment. We can have a much better direct line to getting the prevalence and working on this elimination target. Point of care testing. We don't have rapid tests in the US. There's huge barriers from the FDA. It's a class 3 test. That's about a $40 million investment to go through all of the steps for FDA clearance for a rapid test. We're hoping that the federal law will change. We'll move it to a class 2 test. Also, with all the coronavirus rapid testing messaging, that may really assist our rapid tests for hepatitis B and C. And I agree, David, that this rapid test is essential to have both a surface antigen and a DNA quantification as at least a simple two-step combined one-step approach, just like we would have with hepatitis C. I think this slide is very important. I have this as a lead-in on almost every hepatitis B talk, because we really need to change some of the messaging out here. One of the facts is that the CDC now states you have hepatitis B if you're surface antigen positive or DNA positive. They've recognized the fact that our surface antigen tests aren't perfect. There's something called occult hepatitis B, so that really has to be thought about. There's been a lot of fake news about core antibody testing having a high false positive rate. Since 2002, when Abbott published their data, and also Roche very shortly thereafter with Alexis, showed that the false positive rate for core antibody is about 2 per 1,000 tests. So we need to get rid of that messaging about false positivity. We need to get rid of this term natural immunity, which still is quite prevalent in publications, even up through 2017 and 2018. If you see core antibody, that person has cccDNA. If they have core antibody, they're at risk for reactivation. They're also at risk for having OBI. These are very, very important messages that need to weave through all of our educational programs, and that allows correct interpretation. There's lots of these different grids out about how you interpret these tests, but really when you see core antibody testing, you need to be thinking about that word exposure. You obviously need to look at surface antigen and surface antibody and put those pieces together. If you have core antibody plus surface antibody, that just means a higher level of immune control. So immune control is a very, very good term to be using here. Quantitative surface antigen, I think there's somewhere between 300 and 400 peer-reviewed articles on QuantS, but the amount of data or mention in our guidance and our guidelines might be 2 or 3 sentences about this very, very useful test. It's been available globally for almost 2 decades. We just now have been having access in the US through Quest for 3 years. LabCorp released their QuantS probably 3 or 4 months ago with 0 fanfare. And look at all these different places that QuantS is useful. Infectivity, risk of progression, what is the disease state, what's the natural history, what's the therapeutic history. There's relationships to acute liver failure, and it's being part of drug development. So I think a call to action is to get QuantS information out and review articles in guidance and guidelines and start using this in your practice. We can measure lots of things besides surface antigen, core antibody, and surface antibody. There's a lot of very interesting new particles that are out there with these RNA virions and empty particles and linear DNA as opposed to circular DNA. That's a little bit farther out, so I'm going to move just a little bit closer in terms of what we might be seeing in our practice very shortly. There's a big build slide, which is this correlated antigen, which is also being used in drug development and may be commercially available in the near future. And it's a combination of the antigen, this core, and then what's called a P22C. There is at least a linkage between this assay and cccDNA activity or levels of cccDNA. So you really need to learn about correlated antigen, and we'll of course build that into our educational programs. Other markers we need to think about is an ultra-sensitive surface antigen, which goes down 1 or 2 more logs than our current assays, which have a test sensitivity threshold of a 0.05 IU. So when somebody is surface antigen negative, it just means they're below that cutoff. It doesn't mean they don't have surface antigen. And if you use these more sensitive assays from Abbott or Fujirebio, you can pick up surface antigen in many patients who are surface antigen negative but core antibody positive. We don't know what the clinical significance is, but this is a DNA virus. It has this integrated intermediate. It also has cccDNA. It's persistent in 99% of patients lifelong, though the ultrasensitive surface antigen may come out and be useful clinically and in drug development, but that's still in process. Want to bring back the discussion to OBI, occult hepatitis B infection. If you correct our 292 million prevalence of surface antigen globally and up to 2.4 or 2.5 surface antigen positive in the US for OBI, and look at the patients who are core positive alone, who are also DNA positive, You could correct that number up in the US to 2.6 or 2.8 million. Globally, the number could be as high as 320 to 340 million individuals. So think about your workup for OBI. I'm going to switch a little bit to treatment. We obviously have 3 wonderful medications, first-line therapies for treating hepatitis B. Very, very good safety profile. Entecavir had a few cases of lactic acidosis that were published in Germany. TDF did have some significant renal and bone toxicity. That's why we group came out with TAF with a much lower risk of renal and bone toxicity. I do want to highlight this label change that took place that we still need to monitor for acute renal failure, renal tubulopathy, Fanconi syndrome with TAF-containing compounds. So we need to monitor this in the hepatitis B world. I think this data really was reflection of using TAF in combination therapy for HIV, but we do need to monitor this in our hepatitis B patients. There are no perfectly safe medications. I want to compliment Raj on a very nice review article on treatment guidance, like who do we treat? Our current guidelines are, basically have these cutoffs of 2,000 or 20,000 and how much fibrosis somebody has, ALT levels, but there's a lot of patients in these different gray zones. And really the shift has been towards treating most patients. That's what's very interesting. You're going to find reasons to treat: family history of liver cancer. They have NASH. Replication. They have elevated liver cancer risk biomarkers. So we're really moving towards treating more and more patients earlier and earlier. I'll show you a little bit more data about integration towards the end of this presentation. And we also really need to simplify our message. So our task force combined worked with the University of Washington, worked with a large number of primary care providers. Sue Wang, Amy Trang, Amy Tang were all critical parts of this. Very, very simple. The guidelines became a barrier to treatment. 36 pages, single space, 200 references. No primary care actually read those or really knew what was going on in the guidelines or guidance documents. So we decided to come out with a 5-page document. So we tried to get it down to 2 or 3, but it was a little bit difficult because there's still a lot of data. But this resource should be used, especially in the primary care community. If you're doing echoes, hepatitis B echoes, this is a great resource. Point you to University of Washington, which also has a great hepatitis C website. So management is still threshold based. It's still, you look at liver enzymes, you look at liver function, you look at DNA levels, but this is really cutting it down. ALT elevation, DNA over 2,000, cirrhosis, yes or no. You can make hepatitis B treatment much more simple, and it's evidence-based, and it decreases that barrier to start treatment, which we think most patients should be on who have replicative intermediates. David was great about bringing up the issue of stigma. This has been terribly underemphasized in our community, even more de-emphasized or not emphasized in our guidance and our guideline documents. But if you talk to patients, which we do at Hepatitis B Foundation, and listen to what they're saying, what are their concerns about hepatitis B? I'm worried about liver cancer. I'm worried about cirrhosis, but stigma is in the top 2 or top 3. And I'm going to predict sometime in the next decade, if we're going to get to this elimination, we're treating people according to guidelines now. Eventually, we're going to treat anybody who's DNA positive, and eventually we're going to treat anybody who's surface antigen positive, because we're going to be able to take away the infection issue, and we'll be able to take away the stigma issue by reaching surface antigen loss. I'm still looking out maybe 5 to 7 years with this prediction, but I don't think that's too far away or too ridiculous of an idea. We did these qualitative interview results. We looked at stigma globally. I thought China did not have any major stigma issues, but there is huge stigma issues in China as well. We have another paper being published on stigma in China as well, with Qin Ning from Wuhan, who helped us publish that. So really be aware of stigma. Stigma needs to be part of your thinking process, part of what your dialogue with your patients are in terms of why you treat, why you want to get people tested as well. I'm going to switch gears because there's this liver cancer issue. We talked about that being number 1 or number 2 in a patient's thought of when they're concerned about hepatitis B. Very, very interesting paper that looked at HIV co-infection with hepatitis B versus hepatitis B mono-infection. And those co-infected patients had a much lower risk of liver cancer. And the implication here is that there's an integration of TDF, tenofovir containing compounds in treating HIV patients. So early suppression in these patients with a therapy that's really a side treatment for the hepatitis B resulted in a marked reduction in liver cancer risk. This is pointing towards earlier treatment for all of our patients, I believe. The next few slides, I'm not going to go through in detail. These slides are available for share, and you probably have seen these in different formats, looking at whether TDF or TDF-like drugs have a better or lower risk of HCC than entecavir. I'm going to say today the jury's not necessarily still out, but the jury's sort of walking in and we're taking votes. And there are definitely directions pointing that TDF may be safer. It's another meta-analysis about TDF versus entecavir on risk in hepatitis B patients. And then a subgroup in terms of pooled hazard ratio in the right graph between TDF and entecavir in patients with cirrhosis, still showing an effect or a trend to effect, although the confidence intervals are getting fairly close to 1 at this point. What about treating hepatitis B after a surgical intervention for HCC and hepatitis B related liver cancer? There also looked to be effect in this study by Choi that we could have a lower risk of recurrence using TDF versus entecavir. I think we've de-emphasized E antigen in our practice a lot. There's a lot of confusion about E positive versus E negative, and it's obviously very important if you have an E negative patient, whether they're replicating or not. But E antigen still appears, in my opinion, to influence outcomes, although it's less in this cirrhotic subcohorts. But don't stop testing for E antigen. If you have an E antigen negative patient, there's a 5 to 10% chance of reversion back to E antigen positive. So in my semi-annual or annual testing, I'll be checking for E antigen status, even in my E negative patients, to see if they may revert. At AASLD, there were 2 papers that I thought were absolutely fascinating. Also a deep dive you can do by reviewing these slides later. But hepatitis B starts integrating into the hepatocyte genome very early, potentially weeks or months after initial infection. And those integrations occur at different sites and different levels. But the take-home message is the longer you have hepatitis B infection, the more integrants that take place. But you can have an effect on these transcriptionally active integrations using nucleoside or nucleotide therapy, including TDF. This is data, including this is from Xu et al. And this is looking at these transcriptionally active integrations using TDF, lower levels of transcriptionally active integrations on treatment. And then finally, in this paper by Chow, which was similar, a lot less patients here. I think there were 28 patients in this study versus over 100 in the previous study, that by giving people nukes, you decrease integration, you decrease the activity of those integrants. And that may be explaining why we're having an effect on liver cancer long-term in these individuals. So treat earlier, treat sooner. We're getting lots of data, either directly or inferentially, that this is an appropriate approach. Big issue about nukes. When I'm talking to investors, they say, how many people get functional cure with nukes or interferon? And it's about 10%. Most of those patients are E positive, not E negative. But you can catch up the E negative patients by logically stopping nukes in patients who fit a clinical profile, specifically low surface antigen levels. Quantitate S antigen in your patients. S antigen's less than 100, much higher chance of losing S antigen when you stop your nuke therapy, provided their HBV DNA is negative, of course, provided they don't have cirrhosis, of course. There's some really good data that's coming out on this stop nuke approach where we maybe can get up to 20% rates of S loss using nuke, either on treatment or using a stop protocol. Our goal now with our newer therapies that'll be coming out, I'll talk about that in a few moments, is to get to 40 to 60% S loss with a defined treatment interval. And I'm proposing, and this has been validated at least by opinion, of a year of therapy or less. And we can do that by interfering with a variety of different places in hepatitis B replication and release. There's at least 7 or 8 different targets in the hepatitis B life cycle that we can look at. And I talk here when I'm speaking to colleagues and investors in drug development, what I call the 4 pillars. One pillar is immune activation, which may be old style interferon or new therapeutic vaccines or immunocourse technology about immune cell interaction or T cell vaccines from Altimmune. The second pillar is nukes, and we even have a super nuke that's a clevidine prodrug that's in development. The third pillar is either a capsid inhibitors or NAPs, these release inhibitors, something from Aligos, it's called STOP. And the fourth is interfering RNA or ASOs, linked nucleic acid therapy that can directly affect through different triggers, messenger RNA messaging and production. So 4 pillars, 1 year or less. Our target is to get to S antigen loss between 40 and 60%. And we talk about that technology, what we have available, and the number of people who need to be treated. And the investment world is really supporting all of these new companies. It's really amazing to see what happens. I'm also asked about getting rid of cccDNA. I think that's 7 to 10 years out. Whether CRISPR, we can improve delivery, decrease off-target risks of that technology. There's something called TALENs. There's also endonucleases that can break down cccDNA. That's not too far. FibroScan elastography, I think, is very, very important in staging your hepatitis B patients. There's a lot of data available on this. We have a lot of new elastography tools with MR elastography, the VeloCure device that's becoming available. We've got Siemens, GE also have elastography built-in modules. So elastography, I think, is one of the vital signs of hepatitis B management. Really, people haven't heard about HEPLISAV-B. It's really amazing. I still talk to people now who are in our hepatology community. They're not aware of this super vaccine that I call it, 2-dose, much higher antibody response, better antibody response in dialysis patients, diabetic, older patients. So messaging about vaccine should come at the beginning and the end of your educational talks. I think this is a very safe vaccine, and I think it's been a game changer in our clinics. Wrap up B before I do just a couple slides on D. I think I'm okay on time, doing all right. Just think about testing all adults. I think risk-based testing is a failure. Have correct messaging about core antibody, build in vaccine into your thought process. Think about ALT at healthy levels and monitor ALT in combination with your other viral markers. S loss is the home run, provided that the patients are DNA negative. S antigen mutants are still out there. It's a relatively small problem, but S mutations could be an issue about S loss. And treatment really does change outcomes. I'm going to wrap up with Delta. I only have a couple of slides on this because I think Delta really deserves its own separate talk at whatever our next event is. Marcelo, we can put this together, and Zubair. I really want to build this Delta story out. One study came out recently, a meta-analysis that said there's 70 million people infected with Delta worldwide. We think there's a lot of problems with that paper. Heine Wiedermeyer led an editorial about that recently. But in the real world, we think it is 15 to 20 million. The US, we think it's about 150,000. 70% chance of dying of cirrhosis or needing a transplant or getting cancer. So this is the worst of our chronic viral hepatitis infections. We think, to make the message simple, everybody who's surface antigen positive should be getting Delta antibody. But we have a problem. LabCorp doesn't even do Delta antibody testing, and they're not even answering our emails. So if anybody here knows LabCorp, we need to light the fire under this company to get up to speed. Quest has a very good antibody test. It's got good validation and a good quantitative PCR. Quest has been a great partner. I've been working with them over the last few years as a consultant, moving viral hepatitis testing forward. They've responded to our needs. Gilead bought Mer. Mer has got Hepcludex, also called bulevirtide, used to be called Mircludex, but this is an entry inhibitor, may need to be used chronically in patients. It's a daily subcutaneous injection, but it has very few side effects except changing bile acid levels. It's very, very minor. So I think this is going to be a very useful chronic therapy in many patients, although a subset will have a benefit from acute treatment. A lot else is going on at Eiger, of course, with lonafarnib, with phase 3 trials going on globally. We'll wait to see what the NAPs do from Replicore. Hepatitis Delta is underdiagnosed, terrible testing frequency. Nancy Rowe did a great publication in Chicago about how poor testing follows even pretty clear guidelines about this. That we need a lot more information, and attention will be directed to Delta now that we have a therapy that's emerging for the clinic. This is just showing what the cost of Delta antibody price is. At Quest, it's $30. Delta PCR is about $400. LabCorp not available. ARIP's a little bit less expensive on their PCR testing. Mayo Clinics, we're still trying to figure out what they're offering, but we need more help. Thank you for having me. There's a lot of data that's available in my website. There's this Dropbox, and I think all these slides should be open, shared, just like CLDF does, which is great. You show slides at a meeting, we all have access. The CLDF team's been great. Gilead's been wonderfully helpful, and there's hepatitis Delta collaborators throughout the world. Thank you.
All right, we're going to do a quick Q&A, and then we're going to go to break. We're going to come back from break at 10:25 to start on time the next session. So let me start with Dave. Dave, 4 or 5 nights out of the week, you're out having dinner with politicians and dignitaries, kings, and people from the mafia. What do politicians need to make the changes that we need to make to get back on track? What can pharma offer? What is the interaction that we need to see?
It's a great question. First of all, I usually have breakfast with the mafia people, just for the record. I think you have to learn how to really speak to elected officials and appointed governmental officials. And I think you have to go, you have to go in there with an understanding of what they're thinking. I think the approach of going in as a steamroller to try to explain how you know everything and they know nothing really doesn't work. Right? There's a book that I was given when I turned 13, right? It's called The Art of War, which essentially by Su Chu basically teaches you to learn about the other side and see what they're thinking. And so I would encourage people to read that. It's 65 pages, but it's really got a lot of good information in it for negotiations and discussions. What drives elected leaders? And I'll start out by saying most of the time they want to do the right thing. And I'll leave it as that for the moment. But most of the time they do want to do the right thing, but they are getting pulled in so many different directions. And at the end of the day, it's really all about how to convince them that spending money on this will be cost effective down the road. And you have to define with them what down the road means. For people who are going to run for office in 2 years, it's 2 years. And for those who are going to run for office in 4 years, it's 4 years. And those who are going to run for office in 6 years, it's really 6 years. So you have to convince them that this is cost effective and it's going to benefit their constituents and that they're going to get good press out of this. I mean, you have to sort of let them start thinking that if they do this, it's going to look good for them, and that they can take the credit, because at the end of the day, they're the ones who'll be doing that. But it doesn't happen in one thing. You have to really spend a lot of time, and you have to go from one to the other, and you lay out your case why this is important. And you have to get constituents who have the disease to go talk to them as well. Things happen locally. So talking to a US representative or US senator really means nothing. But talking to your whatever state you're in, assemblyman or state senator or state representative, they help. They can make change. Right? This all started in New York. In addition to what the doctors did, is that it turned out that one of the state senators' fathers got hospitalized in a hospital in a county a little bit north of New York City with liver failure and had hepatitis C. And that gentleman began to question, why did anyone ever pick this up? And the discussion was, well, if someone really would have looked, we could have prevented all of this. And that person went to his colleagues and things started to happen. So you have to find common ground, but you have to understand who they are, what they are, and what they want out of this, because it always has to benefit them. And if it benefits them, they may support you. Maybe not, but they may.
Thank you. Bob, many of the hepatitis B patients belong to minorities in the United States, and many of them don't come to see you. They come to see minority doctors who tend not to even test for hepatitis B or Delta. And if they do, they tend not to treat because that's what happens in their countries. What do we need to do, again, in collaboration with our partners to change that behavior?
Well, Marcelo, I really believe in the rule of sevens. If we can get to them with the same simple, consistent message 7 times, they will change their behavior. And I've seen a big change in the Asian community or the minority community providers, thanks to Hepatitis B Foundation, CLDF, Hepatitis B Echo. And this is changing now quickly, that testing is broad-based and intervention is escalating. So I think it's repetition with good messaging.
Right. What is it that we're going to do rapid fire now and get to the break?
Okay.
Dave, do you worry about New York State becoming a magnet or sanctuary for Hep C positive patients in other states that don't provide access or coverage or can't afford treatment?
No, I don't worry about that.
What is the solution then for homeless people not in shelters?
I don't have a solution. I think you have to find them. You have to then test them if you can. You have to develop easily to use rapid testing, and in essence, go in a cart, if you will, test and then have the medication available if they're positive, and have some sort of follow-up, which becomes the difficulty, right? But what you find, at least in homeless people, even without shelters, they all have their own corner.
Go to them. Don't expect them to come to us.
Yeah, no, you have to go to them.
Yep.
You absolutely have to go to them.
Bob, so positive Hep B surface antigen and a Hep B DNA both need to be considered. But with negative antigen and positive DNA, do we still need to treat them?
I think this is the setting of occult hepatitis B. You do your fibrosis assessment. You're thinking about liver cancer biomarker testing. You're going to be looking at enzymes and function, and have a low threshold to treat, because it's the DNA replication that is correlated with that long-term risk, especially in these patients that are S negative, that may be below the threshold or may have a mutant. Focus on DNA, focus on the liver health or liver disease.
In hepatitis C, we learned that even people that didn't develop a lot of liver disease could have extrahepatic deleterious manifestations, and the chronic inflammation could lead like things like lymphoma. Is it the same in hepatitis B?
I'm going to say those extrahepatic manifestations or linked disease are less in hepatitis B than in hepatitis C, but it's still a problem. You still need to assess for vasculitis, and there are linkages to other diseases such as metabolic disease, but weaker than C.
Bob, what is the criteria for stopping treatment for hepatitis B?
I'd like to make it very simple. Stopping therapy is 12 months after S loss, provided the patient is HBV DNA negative.
David, how do we do a better job of engaging the mental health and substance use medical community to help identify younger population with chronic hepatitis C?
I think you have to educate them and teach them that it's easy to identify and easy to treat. Healthcare providers like to be able to cure people, right? And this is something that you can actually cure. And so it excites them, but you have to take it one step further, is that many of those practitioners will tell you that they're limited because their patients can't get medications. So why should I check if they can't get? So you have to solve the bigger problem first. You have to ensure that that patient population, regardless of insurance or lack of insurance, can have access to medication. And once there's access to medication, people will then look. It's very frustrating if you diagnose someone and then all of a sudden they have a disease, but you can't do anything about it. That really could potentially make things worse. So you have to start higher.
One last question for both of you, because both have experience in doing this, although it's Hep C, the question comes from the Hep C side. What can we teach or what can we learn from third world countries that don't nearly have as many resources as we have, that may be doing even better jobs than we are at testing and treating Hep C, or have not got it started yet?
So I think that we have to learn that healthcare isn't political. And we have to convince our leaders, like they do in some of these other countries, that healthcare is actually about that healthcare. You know, healthcare isn't a one party or the other party problem, right? And it's not a political issue. We need to care for the people. And that's going to be hard. But I think until you do that, we'll fail. And other countries get it and think they want to do what's right. Leaders in healthcare in countries need to be actually experts in healthcare.
Bob?
Egypt and the country of Georgia have a roadmap. The rest of our low and middle income countries should be following those roadmaps. They're established, they're simple, and it's political will and advocacy.
Thank you both very much.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Okay, guys, we're gonna have to get started so that you're gonna have lunch. Otherwise, we're gonna have to go through lunch. So let's come back in. The CLDF folks. We have a fantastic session coming up. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and get started. So it's again my pleasure to have to moderate and chair the second session of today. Again, very exciting session that will start with a state-of-the-art lecture on alcoholic liver disease, and that will follow a relatively shorter session on non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. But our next speaker is well known to all of you, Dr. Michael Lucy, who's professor of medicine, chief of division of gastroenterology and hepatology, University of Wisconsin. He's really a world-renowned expert in the field of all fields of liver disease, including alcoholic liver disease. And he will give a state-of-the-art lecture on alcoholic liver disease. So, Michael, thank you very much for accepting our invitation. Thank you.
Well, more to the point, Zubair, thank you very much for the invitation. And what a wonderful meeting and what a wonderful day it is here. And there's a real sense of a pent-up demand to get outside. Certainly those of us who are living in the northern states have that sense. And so it's great to come to this wonderfully verdant, sunny place and to this great meeting. So thank you for the invitation. So I'm going to talk a little bit about alcohol-associated liver disease. Here are my disclosures. They're not very much, but I really have to make a more important disclosure, and that is that I'm not against alcohol. You know, I'm in favor of it. This is my favorite whiskey. Early in the day for it at the moment, but perhaps later. And I'm going to give you a talk. It'll take about 25 minutes if I can make it work. There are 6 short chapters, a prologue, just a mention of COVID. Who could address any topic today without some acknowledgement of the impact of COVID, and then some thoughts about alcohol-associated liver disease and alcohol use disorder. And that's really the key of this talk, the recognition of this duality. And then something about alcohol-associated liver disease currently in the US, something about the factors leading it to development. This audience doesn't really need that discussion, so I'll flash through that, and then say something about treatment and liver transplantation. So this is my prologue, that cooped up at home, millennials are most likely among all adults to turn to food and alcohol. And 1/3 of millennials say they are eating more and they're drinking more. And I've just been talking to Kim Brown, and she was saying how we're seeing this surge of people coming in with alcohol-related liver disease. And so that's the case. COVID has exacerbated many of the factors that drive forward consumption both of alcohol and food and lead to fat-related liver disease. And the data for that are going to be emerging more and more in the next few months and year, I predict. But I'm going to now talk a little bit about this notion that we should be seeing alcohol-associated liver disease and alcohol use disorder as part of the same dynamic in an individual patient. So it's really a tale of 2 maladies. And you can see from this little graphic that the passage from alcohol use to alcohol-related liver disease is influenced by total dose and then environmental, host, and genetic factors. And they layer in. But we have tended to focus on the alcohol-related liver disease and to somewhat forget the alcohol use and alcohol use disorder. And we haven't been taught how to manage this, and our patients have tended not to get appropriate treatment, at least at our direction. And that really is the biggest change I see, this new recognition that we also have a role to play. One of the things to recognize is the role of stigma in this. Why haven't we paid more attention to alcohol use disorder? Well, we may be part of the stigmatizing group, actually. And so one way to address stigma is how we name it. And so changing the name is important. So we're trying to keep the word alcoholic as a descriptor for a drink. It's not a descriptor of a person, and it shouldn't really be a descriptor of a disease. So alcohol use disorder, and even reviewing my slides here today, I see that I haven't been completely consistent about this. It is hard to give up talking about alcoholic liver disease, alcoholic hepatitis, but you can see alcohol associated or alcohol related is a better term. And we have problems then related to steatohepatitis. Do we say alcoholic steatohepatitis, or we say alcohol related or associated? You're getting to real jawbreakers there, similarly with hepatitis. So at the moment, the term alcoholic hepatitis is still in common usage, but I think we should make an effort, because we want to address stigma and dismiss it as much as possible, to adopt this nomenclature, which has really come from patient advocacy groups as much as anywhere else. And we should be listening to what our patients are telling us. Now, another part of this stigma is the belief that alcohol use disorder is a fixed phenomenon and the patients affected by it never change. And I have many times been told this. Often it occurs in the intensive care unit where a patient has been transplanted and somebody says, how could you transplant this? And there's usually a pejorative term. They're never going to change. And if you delve a little into this, you often find that that person has a personal experience of alcohol use disorder, a family member who, and I remember particularly a story told by the English actor David Niven about Errol Flynn, a famous actor of the past. Younger people here will not have heard of Errol Flynn, perhaps, but he ruined his career through drink. And David Niven said he was a reliable friend. You could rely on him to let you down. And that's really the experience many people have of family members with alcohol use disorder. It's a disorder of relapse and remission, and the relapses cause real pain. But this is an interesting study by George Valiant. Its title alone is interesting because it's a 60-year follow-up of men with alcohol use disorder. So there aren't that many studies that go on for 60 years. And Dr. Alter earlier had a humorous poem where he was saying that they would be fired. Well, you could say if you're going to rely on a study that went on for 60 years, you'll never get tenure anyway, that's for sure. But this is a good study because it shows the length of time you need to be observing a condition like alcohol use disorder to understand how it affects people. And in this cohort, it's only men. So it's of its time. It didn't include women. And there are two parts to it. I could go into greater detail, but just look at the outcome. The majority are dead, so it kills people early. But then there is a considerable proportion in their two cohorts, college males and city males, a considerable portion who have stopped drinking altogether. So patients with alcohol use disorder can stop and maintain abstinence. And then there are small groups who are sort of hovering between continuing and stopping. And in the words of George Valiant, the author, continued controlled drinking is a rare and unstable event. And for patients with alcohol-related liver disease, we should advocate stopping all alcohol, while recognizing that they have a condition that relapses and remits. The two positions are not contradictory. We know some of these patients will drink again, but we should be clear in the advice we're giving them. They should not drink for the sake of their health. So what's happening alcohol-associated liver disease in the US today? And here is a picture from a paper by Elliot Tapper and Nihar Parikh in University of Michigan, which has got a lot of attention. It's in BMJ, I'd recommend it, looking at trends in mortality due to liver disease by age group in the USA over the years mentioned. And I'm only going to pick one figure from it. And you can see from this figure that deaths related to alcohol use disorder are rising across all age groups, but particularly in young people. And that gets back to the earlier mention of the effects of COVID. So we're seeing serious alcohol-related liver disease in young people, when in the past we might have said they haven't had enough time to drink to this level of injury. And then you can see there's some death that is not liver-related, but the bulk of it is liver-related. And you can overlap alcohol-related liver disease death and death due to cirrhosis. So the deaths that we are seeing are alcohol-related. And that's also the story we see in our hospital clinics and in the inpatient service. Alcohol-related liver disease is the predominant disease causing patients with liver disease to be admitted to hospital. So what are the factors leading to the development of alcohol-related liver disease? And I wondered about even putting in this slide because this audience knows all these things. But just to say that there are some things that enhance the risk, some things that ameliorate the risk, and some things that are equivocal. You have to be drinking to get alcohol-related liver disease. So total dose is important. But whether there's a minimal threshold beyond which is dangerous and below which is safe, we don't know that. Probably there is for everybody, and it may not be the same for everybody. And then there are issues regarding the pattern of consumption, smoking, gender. Women are at greater risk for the same dose than men. And in the past, we used to say, but we see very few women. But now we are seeing more and more women with alcohol-related liver disease that's of serious import. And then comorbid conditions. The issue of increased body mass is interesting because there's equivocal data about low amounts of alcohol in persons who are overweight. But there is no doubt that excess weight and excess drinking together are harmful. Of the ameliorating risk, I'll mention the genetics in a second. Coffee is the thing that seems to make a difference. So I think the data, while they are epidemiologic, are fairly convincing that coffee, and it's not espresso, the fancy coffees don't seem to do as well. It's cheap coffee. So it's sort of the stuff that in the old Westerns, the cowboys had boiling on that fire for hours. It's that sort of coffee. And then there are equivocal data about the type of alcohol or whether binge is worse than continuous. And this is an area that has grown greatly recently, understanding the genetics of lipid droplet associated liver fibrosis and liver disease. And it's interesting because it's linking various liver diseases that we didn't link before. And the most prominent polymorphism is this one called PNPLA3. Many here people are more expert in this than I. This discovery came from the so-called Dallas Heart Study, looking at fat deposition related to non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. And it has an ethnic relationship. The prevalence of this mutation is different in people of different ethnic origin. People of Siberian origin seem to be at the highest rate, and seeing that the pre-Columbian Americans are originally from Siberia, coming across by a land bridge at the Bering Straits 15,000 years ago, and then moving down the Andes and the Rockies and then the Andes. So it's not surprising that the pre-Columbian Hispanics are at particular risk because of the prevalence of this polymorphism, whether it's due to fat deposition from NASH or fat deposition from alcohol. And it predisposes to steatosis, fibrosis, and hepatocellular carcinoma. And then there are two more minor polymorphisms that also influence the progression of fibrosis. And then there's a polymorphism that also affects disposition of droplets, but is protective. So these haven't yet reached the level of clinical importance at the individual, but they have been very important at the trying to understand the nature of lipid droplet disposition and its connection to liver disease and fibrosis. And so something about the pathogenic mechanisms. And this is a figure that I got from a super paper by Ashwani Singhal, who's here, and Vijay Shah. And it's looking at a whole series of potential mechanisms. And there's a later talk coming on NASH, and the same picture could be used for NASH, probably replacing the alcohol with a hamburger and fries. So it starts with drink, and it's the notion that alcoholic liver disease is a fat deposition disorder related to chronic inflammation in the liver. And factors that enhance inflammation then eventually lead to activation of stellate cells. And you can see all these areas that might be interrogated and interdicted along the way. You have experts hear about fecal transplantation in liver disease. And so you can see fecal transplantation is one of the issues that people have talked about. You can try to control inflammation. You can try to address alcohol metabolism. You can try to address the interaction of LPS with its receptor. You can try to an activation of the macrophages. You can try to address recruitment of inflammatory cells, the elaboration of cytokines. All of those things have potential agents to correct them. Nothing works as well as stopping the alcohol. That's the first thing to say. And indeed, in all of the treatment models, that's the first part. It's assumed that you're going to try to stop the alcohol. But the problem with this model, it seems to me, is it's very redundant. Every pathway seems to have another pathway around it. So far, we have not yet found a magic bullet that interacts with one area that actually works. But yet, it's an area of growth, and it's an area that you will see further studies. And the good thing is that the pharmaceutical companies have been prepared to invest in the sort of clinical trials that have up to relatively recently been absent from the whole field of alcohol-associated liver disease. And I really do hope that more of these will emerge, and not to let my apparent skepticism to dampen that enthusiasm. I really do think this is an important area of growth. This is a figure from the recent AASLD guidance. Again, it is the sort of figure that's well known to you all, the sequence between alcohol consumption, fat deposition, which is a dose response curve. It's an old study by Charles Lieber, where he had students have 2 biopsies. He fed them alcohol, he biopsied them and showed there was fat there. He then fasted them from alcohol and showed the fat went away. So that's the central observation, that the deposition of fat itself is dose response. But the fat is facilitatory to all these other processes, particularly related to inflammation. And you see here, on my side, it's going to the left, you see steatohepatitis. And we have a certain problem with regard to this nomenclature. So in the non-alcoholic field, we call steatohepatitis as a term for a clinical condition. But in the alcohol field, steatohepatitis is confined to a pathological appearance. And so the clinical correlate is alcohol-associated or just alcoholic hepatitis. And there doesn't appear to be a synonymous condition in the non-alcoholic field for acute or severe alcoholic hepatitis. And there's a difference between the way we practice in North America and in Europe. In the European studies, they always biopsy and confirm steatohepatitis for their studies, whereas we rarely do. The NIAAA has come up with a way of trying to get around that. I could mention that if it comes up to anyone's interest. And then you can see there's a progression to cirrhosis, hepatocellular carcinoma, and decompensation. So what about treatment? As I mentioned, I'm sort of harping on this. All treatment begins with abstaining from drinking. And many patients will tell me, I'm sure they've told you too, I was told cut down. I wasn't told to stop. There is a variant in Wisconsin, which is I only drink when the Packers are on. It doesn't work either. So none is none. But it's hard because the alcohol-associated liver disease is a disorder of relapse and remission. And the relapse can occur many years after the patient has appeared to establish sobriety. In Valiant's study, sobriety was robust at 5 years. And this is an interesting study. It's a very bad slide, by the way, with all these words, but it's to remind me to tell you that there's a very nice study. Rogel is the author. It's in Hepatology last year, looking at nearly 100,000 veterans who had cirrhosis, and a third of them were given a diagnosis of alcohol use disorder. So a new index diagnosis of alcohol use disorder, and then looking to see what percentage of them got some treatment for that condition. And now this is in the VA, where psychiatric care is well established and is available if requested in most circumstances. And a very small minority were referred for psychiatric care. And of that minority, they only received the talking cures. They only received psychotherapy. almost nobody got pharmacotherapy. And there was an interesting finding then. Those who were referred for therapy had an improvement in their liver disease. Now, they didn't document what had happened to their drinking at the time, but one has to presume their drinking had gone down. So this is a proof of concept that if you can fix the alcohol use disorder, you have a chance of improving the liver disease. And it begs the question, why haven't we done this before? Well, it's now in the guidance from the American Association for Study of Liver Disease. Referral to alcohol use disorder treatment professionals is recommended for patients with alcohol-related liver disease in order to ensure a full range of alcohol use disorder treatment options. And multidisciplinary integrated management of ALD and AUD is recommended and improves rates of abstinence. And I think that's where this is going. The model of having the two combined, it requires institutional support to say this is something we're going to support the addiction specialists to be in the same place as the liver treaters. And it also requires liver treaters to learn more about treating alcohol use disorder. And as it says here, unlimited data, acamprosate or baclofen can be considered for treatment in liver patients. We have very little experience of this. There's also a great need for more and better conducted clinical studies in that area. So here is I'm going to show you a series of complicated pictures. I hope I can get through them on treatment. So we have a pathway here, and you can see in the middle there is the Maddrey discriminant function. And I see Dr. Maddrey back there. So we acknowledge Dr. Maddrey's contribution here. And he was able to stratify patients who are high risk of dying and who are lesser risk of dying. So if you've got a patient with severe alcoholic hepatitis, whether you biopsy them or not, or use a clinical judgment, if they have a Maddrey discriminant function of 32 or greater, you can then consider treating them. And the treatment at the moment would be prednisolone. And then a standard plan would be to stop at 7 days. But I'm going to give you some modifications of that, because we all have had experience of bad outcomes of giving prednisolone to these patients, particularly with regard to infection. So the first is this is why would we worry about this? And this is because this is the STOPAT trial. I would recommend you looking at it, and I can wax lyrical about it, but it did not really show a very strong benefit of prednisolone, but it did in the post hoc analysis, there was a 40% benefit. So as Mark Thurs, the author of this, said to me, there's something in this for everybody. If you believe in prednisolone, you latch on the 40%. If you believe in the primary endpoints, you say it doesn't work. So the best study. But this is the point that I want to make. This is from a recent study done in a group that I was part of called the IN-TEAM group, led by Raman Bataler. And this was looking at a series of patients with alcoholic hepatitis and showing that the patients whose bilirubin fell in the first 7 days, whether that was with prednisolone or without, they got better. And the author of this, Richard Parker, called them the fast fallers. So if you have a patient whose bilirubin is improving, I wouldn't start the prednisolone. Just accept that they're fast fallers and they are likely to get better. Prednisolone didn't seem to help. So that's one way to limit the exposure to prednisolone. And the second then is from Raman Bataler's group, showing that you can make the judgment at 4 days rather than 7. So here's a way of giving the chance of prednisolone in certain patients, but limiting it to the best possible candidates. And if they're not benefiting at 4 days with an improvement in bilirubin, which is the basis of the Lille score, stop. And then what about the patients in whom you stop? You have a choice of an investigative treatment or liver transplantation or palliative care. So you really have a hard set of options under these circumstances where patients are not getting better. And don't forget the patients with a Maddrey discriminant function below 32. They are still a sick population, and we have tended not to pay attention to them. And in recent studies, they're not great studies, but recent suggest they have a mortality rate in the first 6 months of at least 6%. But many of them are dying because they go back to alcohol. And another of the NIAAA consortia called the TREAT Consortium have shown that early exposure to treatment for alcohol use disorder benefits these patients. So that's really what you can do about these patients that increase mortality at 108 days. Try to get them treatment for their alcohol use disorder. And so here are some of the treatments that one could try to use to interdict with this pathway. And I leave you with this to look at them. They're very similar. They're anti-inflammatory agents, regenerative agents, drugs that alter the gut-liver axis, for example. Finally, in the last minute, I'd like just to mention liver transplantation and say that the AASLD and other groups agree now that patients who have alcohol-associated liver disease that's decompensated should be referred for consideration, not for transplantation, but for consideration for transplantation. So that's a question we get asked: when should we refer? And so if they're sick, if they've had a decompensating event, those patients should be considered. And candidate selection shouldn't be solely based on the fixed interval of abstinence. We are moving away from the so-called 6-month rule, but replacing it with a psychosocial assessment. And it's really quite controversial as to what that constitutes and its outcome. And our data would suggest, I'm not showing it here, that it's just as stringent or even more stringent on alcoholic patients than using a 6-month rule. It doesn't allow every alcoholic patient in. And there are real questions: are we being fair to those patients? That's, can't answer them here. This is a picture from Europe showing the percentage of patients with different diagnoses for liver transplantation. And what you can see, because it's 100% across the way, the number of transplants is growing all the time, up to nearly 9,000 in the United States now. But the diagnoses are changing. Initially, it was largely autoimmune disease and PBC. And then the percentage of patients with alcohol-related liver disease, which is the dark blue on the bottom, has grown. So it's now up at 36% in the US. But what has also happened is the percentage with viral hepatitis, particularly hepatitis C, grew and now has declined almost to nothing. And it has been replaced by non-alcoholic steatohepatitis. And so 2 forms of liver disease related to fat are the main source of liver disease leading to liver transplantation now. And these are data from Brian Lee showing the same for Europe, for the United States, smaller numbers for alcoholic hepatitis, but it's growing. And my point here is that the transplant doesn't end the need for surveillance and attention to alcohol use disorder. So the alcohol use disorder continues after the transplant, and you still have to have the processes to help those patients. And this is a famous paper by Andrea Di Martini showing that patients return to drinking after transplantation. In her group, who were selected by the 6-month rule, it was 20%. Some early, and then some of those early patients were able to get into treatment and stop. That's a good outcome. But some didn't stop, and they have a bad outcome. And then there are these patients who have a late return to alcohol use, that dark blue line. And they're the patients we really should be finding before they relapse, or at the very early point of relapse, to try to intervene and help them. This is a very nice paper by Thomas Cotter and Michael Charlton, who's here, showing that the frequency with which programs are prepared to take patients with alcoholic hepatitis is growing from 14 to 47 between 2014 and 2019. And these patients have high MELs. So once you're agreeable to taking them, you're going to find that they jump to the top of your clinical indications for transplantation. And finally, I'm going to show you 3 slides from the Accelerate group, which we are part of. And this is a retrospective review of transplantation for alcoholic hepatitis. And there are many people here who are part of Accelerate. The first shows that we were able to show that there was no difference in survival of patients who are selected for transplantation in these 12 centers and similar patients with alcohol-related liver disease over the same time frame. However, there was a return to drinking. And as you can see, some of it is slips and some of it is serious drinking. And the numbers are very similar to Andrea Di Martini. And finally, an interesting observation that the patients who returned to drinking had a poorer outcome, suggesting that there's more going on here than we have understood. So I'm going to finish there. I've gone slightly over time, I apologize. And here are my conclusions. All treatment of alcohol-associated liver disease begins with abstinence from alcohol. Patients with alcohol-related liver disease rarely get appropriate treatment for their alcohol use disorder at the place where they're getting treatment for their liver disease. And we need to change that. And multidisciplinary clinics are the way of the future. And I could also put in, and increasing the training for our fellows and residents as well. A breakthrough drug has not yet arrived for alcoholic hepatitis. And until it comes, we're relying on corticosteroids, but we have ways of trying to limit their exposure to the people who are most likely to benefit. And finally, liver transplantation is suitable for selected patients with life-threatening alcoholic hepatitis. So thank you very much for your attention, and I'll stop there.
Thanks, Michael, for this wonderful review of alcoholic liver disease. This was excellent. Our next speaker is a rising star in hepatology, Mazen Noureddin, who's the director of fatty liver program at Cedars-Sinai. He gave a fantastic talk yesterday for those of you who were in the NASH Summit meeting. His talk today is identifying high-risk NASH patients using non-invasive techniques. We'll have some opportunity to discuss some of these things. So Mazen, welcome back.
Thank you, Zubair. Speaking of stopping alcohol, Dr. Lucy, I invite you to dinner tonight. So this is my talk, identifying high-risk patient using non-invasive testing. But I really want you to help me to push the envelope. I'm gonna argue today that non-invasive testing is ready for clinic and clinical trials for managing our patients. And we have great brains in this room. You guys went through this with hepatitis B and C. So I need your opinion if we're ready to move on beyond the liver biopsy. Those are my disclosures, and you want to skip it quickly in front of one of your previous NIH attendings. So when we started looking for the disease, it was mentioned that we need hemoglobin A1C, because hemoglobin A1C is great. You have hemoglobin A1C for type 2 diabetes. You can predict outcome. You can tell how severe is the disease. You can say they're gonna have cardiovascular mortality, and then you decide on treatment, first line, second line, size fit for all. Well, this is not the case for NASH. And also, I don't wanna compare metabolic disease to viral hepatitis, but in hepatitis B, for instance, we have surface antigen, e antigen, antibodies, viral load, we use FibroScan. We're gastroenterologists as well. In IBD, you have ESR, CRP, and the rest I forgot after my GI training, but there are multiple of them. So we should be prepared to use this tool of basket to manage this disease. Dr. Alter, you showed this slide earlier, and I think I want to show you what the NASH community has done climbing the stairs to find diagnostic tests for non-alcoholic steatohepatitis. So let's set the stage for the principles. Non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, what's the rules? You get NAFL, simple steatosis. NASH is the inflammatory part. And in the last 5 years, we figured out that starting at stage F2 and higher, those are the patients that have morbidity and mortality. And that's why you have two buckets here. The F2 and F3 patients, they go to clinical trials in one bucket, and the hard bucket is the cirrhotic patients. And those are the target group that we have been focusing on. And there's tons of data on this F2 data. I mean, this is one of them. There's a recent meta-analysis in gastro, previous one in JHEP, but you see the fork splits at F2 and higher showing correlation with morbidity and mortality. I want to show you this important in the slide, a great paper by Frank Anania from the FDA. And this is what it takes to get your drug approved for phase 3. It's a histology. You have NASH resolution without worsening of fibrosis, or fibrosis improvement without worsening of steatohepatitis. And of course, if you had both, that's even better. But why biopsy? The argument is that this is a surrogate of outcome. So let's see if others are surrogates as well. But I will also want you to think of the patients and of the drugs And what do we do when we have them available? And this is a recent 2 examples of drugs that they are exciting. The semaglutide New England Journal paper achieved great NASH resolution. So the question, this was biopsy study. We all know here, we're not gonna use serial biopsies. Hepatitis B, C, alcohol, they don't use liver biopsy. Resmetirom is another drug. Another example of fibrosis improvement is lanifibranor. It actually hit both fibrosis improvement and NASH resolution. So let me show you what we can do to identify these patients and monitor them over time. Let's use clinical judgment and some principles. I want to break the NITs into serum biomarkers and imaging biomarkers. And I define this concept as SLO, S-L-O, severity, longitudinal, and outcomes. So you want to first assess severity, then you want to make sure you follow up your patient. And the argument is that your NIT should predict outcome. So let's look at the data. The FIB-4, you all know of the FIB-4 by now. It's serum biomarker and the NAFLD fibrosis score. They are almost similar. There's liver enzymes, platelet, as well as age. Both of them predict advanced fibrosis or rule out advanced fibrosis, F3 and higher. But the problem with them, you have this indeterminate zone that 30% of patients fall within that indeterminate zone. So it assesses severity. PRO-C3 is type 3 collagen biomarker. It has shown data that it correlates with NASH histology, including steatohepatitis as well as fibrosis. And it has been implemented in other algorithm biomarkers to improve its prediction. ELF is gaining more popularity. It's a biomarker that includes hyaluronic acid, P3MP, and TIMP1. This is a recent meta-analysis from the Litmus, and it shows at low level, 7.7, you have high sensitivity, and if you raise the bar to 10.18, you get high specificity. So again, we're looking at severity. And I showed you this indeterminate zone. We all know this concept. If your patient is falling within in the indeterminate zone, you can actually narrow it down, just do another test, clinical judgment. Let's move to longitudinal data with the biomarkers. ALT is old friend, we all use it. It doesn't help you with the severity, but we have data in NASH that this is the Flint trial that was published a few years ago, showing that ALT correlates with histological data. And we have seen it over and over in multiple trials. This data actually has not been published yet, but both here, I show imaging as well, but FIB-4 correlated with histological data with fibrosis improvement and correlated with fibrosis worsening, so as transient elastography. So there is longitudinal data here, needs to be published. PRO-C3 and ELF that I just talked about started showing in clinical trials, such as the MGL and the NGM2A2, that they correlate with treatment response. And their histological data started also appearing in abstracts formats. So we talked about longitudinal data on those. Let's look at outcomes predicting disease severity. So this data is from the NASH-CRN, showing that FIB-4, NAFLD fibrosis score, and APRI had a great statistics in terms of assessing disease progression and fibrosis progression. The caveat about FIB-4, this is a European study, over time, it still predicted outcome excellently, but about half of the patient that had outcomes, they fell in the indeterminate zone or the low FIB-4 score. So we have to be a little bit careful. Again, when you combine tests, you have higher predictability. ELF now in 2 studies, big, large studies, the simtuzumab as well as the galectin, a level of 9.76 at baseline predict future cirrhosis, and at baseline level of 0.3 and higher predict future clinical outcomes, which is what they are looking for, outcomes. And this is Zubair, published this data recently from also very large clinical trials, summarizing all of them. ELF, NAFLD fibrosis score, FIB-4, and VCT, all of them had a very good hazard ratio in predicting clinical outcomes. So let's look here, what fits the bill. So FIB4, NAFL fibrosis score, they meet all the points given the data. PRO-C3 needs a little bit more outcome data. ELF has it all, and ALT assessed longitudinal assessment, very good. Let's move to imaging biomarker. And I apologize if I did not include all biomarkers, I included the most studied. So these imaging biomarker, I'm gonna talk about VCTE, MRE, CT1, and MRI-PDFF. Again, assessing severity, longitudinal data, as well as outcome. So we all know the VCTE. This is a gastro paper showing that it correlates very good with severity of the disease, and you can assess fibrosis stage very well in these patients. MRE is superior to the VCTE. It's not available everywhere, and there's data compared both of them. It's excellent cross-sectionally in assessing fibrosis stage. And liver multi-scan CT1 has started showing data, so it's correlated with steatohepatitis, and maybe there's fibrosis correlation as well, and its data has started getting published as well. So this is the severity data. Let's look at longitudinal. We have now tons of phase 2A studies looking at MR-PDFF longitudinal changes. And the data also came out that in the Flint trial, there's Mitaram trial, and in meta-analysis, MRI-PDFF changes, especially with 30%, correlate with steatohepatitis changes. So that gives us some confidence to go to phase 3 when we get a signal, especially with these metabolic drugs, that MRI-PDFF changes can give us a good signal. I showed you the FIB4 data, and this is the transient elastography data that change in FibroScan correlate with fibrosis changes. There's also data from Gilead, 30% reduction in VCTE correlates with fibrosis changes. Liver multi-scan also has started showing that it correlates with treatment response. I think Stephen showed this yesterday. In the OCA study, you see here on the top, changing from red to green, showing improvement in the CT1 signal versus in the placebo that did not change. There's also data in the NGM that the CT1 signal also improved with the liver multi-scan. Moving to the survival outcomes. We do have data on FibroScan from Jérôme Roussier from France that FibroScan predict clinical outcome. This is cross-sectional data from our center in collaboration with Naim Al-Khoury, showing that MRE at level of 6.48 predicted decompensation. The higher you go, like this is like transjugular liver biopsy, but this is MRE here, to predict ascites, it predicts hepatic encephalopathy, esophageal variceal breathing. This is also MRE data. This is actually better data, longer time, more longitudinal. Each change, this is from the Mayo Clinic, each change by 1 kilopascal in MRE predicted clinical outcome by 3 hazard ratio. CT1 also published recently data that showing CT1 above certain threshold 825 has hazard ratio of 9.9 in predicting clinical outcome. So let's sum it up here. So VCTE assess severity, assess longitudinal histology, as well as correlate with outcome. MRE is excellent in assessing severity, excellent assessing outcomes. There's also emerging data that MRE is improving. This data was presented in the Madrigal study in the recent AASLD that MRE improved, and we're gonna see more data from them hopefully in the future. CT1 also, I showed you the study that assessed severity, longitudinal data, as well as correlation with clinical outcomes. And finally, MRE-PDFF correlates with steatohepatitis, but we have used it over and over for correlation with longitudinal data and correlation with histology. I'm gonna finish with this concept that that pocket we're looking for, the NASH and NF2 and higher, and use the same 3 clinical parameters. So the FAST NIS4, I'm gonna talk about a couple here. So the FAST, you all know of it now, it's driven by the FibroScan, but it combines the steatosis score plus stiffness plus the AST to predict those with NASH and F2. The problem with it is still the indeterminate zone is still there, and it's about 30%. Again, we have to use clinical judgment to narrow that zone. So it assesses severity well. The NIS4 is an emerging biomarker. It includes microRNA as well as hemoglobin A1C. It had excellent area under the curve. It still has indeterminate zone of 30%, but it predicts NASH and F2. So this is your targeted therapy area. This is a score that our center came up with in collaboration with multi-centers with Anaim Al-Khoury and Stephen Harrison. And we said if fast is good, MRI is better. So we combined MRI, PDFF, MRE, and AST, and we achieved excellent area under the curve. But our indeterminate zone was actually less than 20% in the 15 and 16, and this paper is under review. And I'm going to skim through this quickly. This is a metabolomic score that also predict NASH and F2 and higher. That includes 12 lipids and AST and ALT, and also achieved great area under the curve. So in summary on those, this concept of predicting NASH and F2 is emerging to assess severity and those who need treatments. And FAST now has some longitudinal data, such as the SEMA and combo trial that is showing its improvement. So more data also are emerging from the others. So let me go back to this histology concept and let's see like what we can do, the semaglutide and the elafibranor. So it's important to focus on mechanism. This is a complex disease. If you have a steatohepatitis drug or have anti-fibrotic drug, and this is just like a complicated slide, but this is what we're gonna think of in the future. So on the top, on the left, if you have a fibrotic drug, you can do a transient elastography, combine it with ELF, and of course you need the baseline ALT. And then over time, you can measure that FibroScan changes along with ALT, and hopefully you can avoid liver biopsy. If you have steatohepatitis drug, you can use the others that include steatohepatitis signal. MRI is expensive, but MRI PDFF can be included. Of course, you want a fibrosis marker as well. So you can combine it with it and measure that changes over time along with ALT. And you can use it based on your availability and your drug mechanism of action. And that needs to be expanded on, but just this is food for thoughts for everyone who wants to move away from the liver biopsy. So in summary, NIT can assess disease severity, monitor disease changes longitudinally, correlate with the clinical liver events. I think the use of liver biopsy can be reduced, and we're waiting for phase 3 trials that using NITs as a primary endpoint in the near future that I hope that will happen soon. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mazen, for the wonderful review again. Then the next session or the next lecture is actually a case discussion to talk about treatment of weight and also metabolic conditions. And I'll ask Scott Isaacs, Mary Ranella, and Miriam Voss to join us here because it's going to be around 2 case discussions. Dr. Scott Isaacs is the Atlanta Endocrine Associate, and he's the co-chair of the ACE guideline for endocrinologists. He gave a wonderful talk yesterday summarizing. Mary Ranella is a well-known hepatologist. You all know her. She's professor of medicine, Northwestern University, and a leader of AACD guideline that's going to be reviewed and revised. And Miriam Voss is the professor of pediatrics at Emory in Atlanta. She's also director of the pediatric NAFLD program. So I think what we will do is to have maybe Miriam actually present her case. We can discuss that first, and then we'll have Scott, you present your case, and then we'll discuss it together. Is that a good way to go?
Yeah.
So yes, the podium is yours.
Okay, good morning, everybody. And I think this is nice because we can switch to some real concrete examples. So I've put up a real typical case here, and just some disclosures there. So this is a 13-year-old with abnormal labs at his annual checkup. And in pediatrics, typically kids are screened for fatty liver disease. At least those are the guidances. And so we see a lot of kids who come in completely asymptomatic, get screening tests done at their well child checks, and then get sent over to GI or hepatology clinic. Very typically, the parents are completely unaware of liver disease, but will be concerned about weight gain in the child. Typically no symptoms, no other issues. It's kind of nice in pediatrics. They don't have a whole slew of other health problems, no medicines often. This particular child was pretty active. So he played soccer 2 times a week at a local rec center. 8th grade, does fine, video games, very typical video games all afternoon, evening, bedtime. And of course, you all are probably aware, COVID made that even worse. The mom cooks most food at home. We'll often get a little bit of a brief dietary history when we meet a child like this. So very typically he's a reasonable eater, but has a fair amount of sugar drinks. You can see sports drinks, juice, sodas when they visit the grandparents. I'm sorry to throw the grandparents under the bus. So family history, very important in pediatrics. Maternal grandparents in this child both had both of them had type 2 diabetes. The uncle died of cirrhosis, but of course the family right away says, but he drank. And we hear this a lot, but for me, hearing that there is an extended relative who's died of cirrhosis of any cause is a red flag, because we don't have great studies of this, but anecdotally, in my experience, that child will often have more severe liver disease. And we can hear from our other pediatric hepatologists if that's been their experience as well. Mom had gestational diabetes during the pregnancy, but interestingly is not yet type 2 diabetes. So again, very typical when you have a child at this age. So then other history, non-contributory, except for, does anyone think the birth history is a little bit interesting there? So 10 pounds, right? So pretty big. So again, supporting that the mom was insulin resistant and had metabolic during the pregnancy. So here's our kid, 13-year-old. They often don't look too bad. Like, this is another thing. These are not kids who you would pick out of a crowd as having an obesity related disease. They are not extremely obese. Typically, if a child's extremely obese, they're relatively protected from having fatty liver disease because they have a lot of subcutaneous tissue. And so these are children who you have to measure them or even look under their t-shirt to figure it out. So again, typical. The liver enzymes are a little higher in kids. You can see the ALT is 133, but that's pretty normal. And then often the pediatrician will go ahead and do an ultrasound, which they did in this case. All right, do you want to do the discussion?
We can start. Yeah, absolutely. I think you can have a second. Thank you very much, Mary, for the presentation. Now, I think there are a lot of questions we have about pediatric. I think the most sort of perplexing part for me is the lack of data and the lack of solid evidence in the pediatric population in terms of outcomes. When do we have to worry? So can you shed light in terms of when do we have to start worrying? And if we do worry, what do we have to do for kids?
So you're exactly right. And I share that very strong concern. So lack of data. So is this kid going to go on to have consequences of their liver disease in their 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, or maybe never? And you're exactly right. We don't know. And so I can't tell you from this clinical presentation whether this is a child who should go on medicines. Even if I had a liver biopsy, I still couldn't tell you the real clinical outcomes of this presentation. And that's because it's primarily because of the great divide in the medical healthcare system in our country. So when a child turns 18, they get a whole new set of doctors. They may switch insurances or go into no insurance, very common in the 20s. And they're basically lost to care or get new providers who may be unaware. We did do a follow-up study in a small group of children, and we called the parents and said, now you're now 20-something-year-old, what do they have now? And it was interesting when we did speak to that 20-something adult who we had seen as a child, all of whom had had liver biopsies, most of them were unaware that they had a liver disease. So I think kids are very good at shutting out what they don't, 20-somethings are good at just shutting out what they don't want to think about. And so I don't know how we're going to solve it, but it will take a collaboration between adult hepatology and pediatric hepatology to do that.
You know, I shared some data yesterday about global burden of disease in pediatric patients, in children actually across the world. And seems to be an increase in at least the fatty liver disease. Of course, it's, viral hepatitis is still predominant cause of cirrhosis worldwide. And I'm going to ask this question both from you and Maru, Miriam. So is this, do we really think that this is a tsunami, or just because we're not sure if the natural history of NASH in general is, we know that's not linear. We've got patients who progress and regress. How do we know that a kid is going to not regress by age, say, 18 or 19, when they may change sort of their lifestyle from, sedentary to going and to maybe become more athletic, or especially with the millennials or post-millennials, with all the new changes in the diet that they're implementing. Maybe you can go first, and Mari, you can then go next.
Sure. So there are bits of evidence that I think make it very concerning and support that it is a tsunami, and that this will continue. And Naeem did a really beautiful study looking at the increase in transplants in young adults. And that suggests that they get their liver. So if you reach transplant, below 40 for NAFLD, the NAFLD had to have started very early. And so while we're looking at this from these two perspectives, I've heard from multiple adult hepatologists that they're seeing these young adults in their 20s and 30s show up with cirrhosis. Those are the same teenagers who did not get picked up or got picked up, but didn't have adequate care or changes to resolve their disease. It's very difficult to resolve fatty liver. And so unfortunately, I think that the majority of the kids that we diagnose maintain their disease. Normalization of liver enzymes before they graduate at 21 out of my practice is really rare.
Yeah. Maru?
Yeah, so I think there are ample data to show that it is a major problem, and it's increasing, and especially because we know that children who are obese, and that's becoming an increasing problem, are going to become obese adults. And of course, obese adults, not only do they have environmental practices that they share with their children, they eat similar things, and their microbiomes are probably interspersed. And so those obese adults with NASH are going to give rise to obese children, which will then become obese adults with NASH. So this kid actually already has a lot of the things that would concern me a lot in a patient with fatty liver disease as an adult. Even if they have normal liver chemistry tests, they have a low HDL, they're overweight, they have a family history of cirrhosis, which is terrible. Of course, there's 50% heritability with that, with fibrosis at least. So I would be highly worried about this person in 20 years in my clinic.
So maybe before we go to Scott, one other question for both of you. Healthcare disparity in terms of nutrition and obesity in these islands of both, lack of activity and nutrition, especially in the era of COVID, where schools are not available to provide nutritious issues. How's that playing a role in addition to the genetics, predisposition, and other things?
Yeah, that's such a great question. We've always known that there's disparity, there's the haves and have-nots. And I think that COVID drove that home. In my clinic post-COVID, and we're looking at this data, we really saw a two-way path. I mean, kids did not stay the same. They either gained lots of weight during this past year, or they got way better. And it depended on what their parents were able to do. So if the parents had to continue to go out of the home to work and the child was left alone, you can imagine a 14-year-old, I mean, they pretty much snack all day and watch videos and play video games. And I'm speaking from personal experience in my house. So, if they were home alone, then it really did not go well. And so I'm actually grateful that most kids are going back to school, because even though school systems have struggled with providing good nutrition, in many cases, it's better than what they were able to get at home.
Maru?
Yeah, so there are of course very big socioeconomic, influencers, and I think it has to do with a lot of things. But firstly, just having time to be able to prepare a healthy meal, having knowledge of what a healthy meal, even is, and being able to afford that. And so all those are big asks that for people. And then of course you compound to that food deserts with, low access even to good quality food. So it's something we really need to work on. Actually, I have a question for you. So there's some interesting animal data with, mice that have NASH, that have offspring that are then exposed to normal and then, a high fat, high fructose diet. And they develop NASH with fibrosis at a much higher rate. And I'm wondering if there are data in humans. Do you know of that?
So there's not good data on that. Jed Friedman, is it Jed
Mhm.
Friedman studies? Yeah,
Yeah.
he's working on pregnancy studies and then following the kids. But those models, and he did it in monkeys as well, which I thought was a little more convincing than the mouse studies. But basically in the monkey study, he showed that if the mother was insulin resistant, then the infant monkey, not kid, but monkey, what had fatty liver regardless of diet. It was one of the most concerning studies I've ever read, because let me just make sure I said that clearly, but the nutritiously fed infant monkey got fatty liver even though they had a good diet, simply because of the mother's insulin resistant state.
And that happened in the
poor
mouse
diet.
study too. So the chow-fed animals also got fatty liver.
So basically, once the child has been set up by that pregnancy situation, there's no out.
So I have two additional questions. One for Mariam, for you. Any tests that actually been validated in kids? I mean, we talk about FIB4 and ALF and all of that, non-invasive tests, and in adults, and it doesn't seem to be actually working in kids.
No, unfortunately, most of those tests don't work in kids, probably because it's an earlier stage. But ALT is it's much more sensitive and predictive than in adults. And it's not predictive longitudinally, of course, but if the ALT gets better, we have good data showing the histology gets better.
Last question, Scott, to you. And I know you probably see primarily adults, but if you see a young person in this situation with obesity and for probably insulin resistance syndrome here, what are the type of drugs that you could recommend? Is there anything that you think would be beneficial to someone like this?
Well, I mean, first of all, I think that when I see someone like this, they're really predisposed to type 2 diabetes as much as anything else. And so what kind of drugs could be used? Well, number one, got to go back to the basics and focus on the lifestyle and the diet. And we know that's so difficult. Would we use, I haven't had a lot of experience in treating kids under 18, but I think metformin could be a good option, but I don't know if there's data to support it. But I'd be concerned about some of the other diabetes medications.
What if they were 19? So make them 19 for a minute.
Well, I mean, if they're 18 or 19, yeah, I mean, I guess if the drugs are approved in that age and I feel comfortable with the data, then I would use more medications. And in fact, I do have patients, I have a few with weight loss medications that call me on their 18th birthday because they want to start a medication.
So we're going to go ahead and actually get started with the second case that Scott's going to present, and we'll have the same similar discussion. All your questions I'm going to hold here, because after this, we'll have Steve Harrison presenting the treatment, and then we'll have a session of Q&A. And everyone, all our speakers will be on the panel. Scott, please.
Okay, so we're going to shift to adult. It's my disclosures. So I'm just going to present this patient, and then we'll get into the details. So I wanted to have sort of a typical type of a patient that an endocrinologist would see. So this is a 57-year-old male, and he has a 7-year history of type 2 diabetes. And he had been managed initially with metformin monotherapy. And then a year ago, his A1C was 7.9%, so a little bit elevated. And then 6 months ago, so 6 months later, his A1C had gotten worse. It was 8.7%. And that's when the primary care doctor added a second medication, glipizide, to the metformin. And then 3 months later, the A1C was a little bit better, 8.3%, but still high. And that's when he was referred to an endocrinologist. And so just some additional medical history. He had hypertension, and he's treated with metoprolol ER. He has sleep apnea, which is not treated. He has low testosterone, and he's taken testosterone replacement in the past, but not currently. He has depression, treated with paroxetine and SSRI, and he has allergic rhinitis, and he self-treats with diphenhydramine. And he also has a family history. His brother has type 2 diabetes, obesity, and his brother has NASH with advanced fibrosis. And in his social history, just 2 to 3 alcoholic beverages per month, 5 to 7 sugar sweetened beverages per week, which is sweet tea from Georgia in the South, a lot of sweet tea, and coffee drinks. And he walks 30 minutes, 2 to 3 days a week, and he's active on the weekends. So should we, before I go on? Okay, let me give you the physical exam. So he's 5'10", 260 pounds. So his BMI is 37.3. That's class 2 obesity. Blood pressure is normal. Heart rate 52. He's on a beta blocker. Waist circumference is increased 48 inches. And then other physical findings, he has acanthosis nigricans, gynecomastia, and a light colored striae across his lower abdomen. And laboratory, his fasting glucose 154. The A1C is 8.5%. Albumin creatinine ratio is 27, which is normal. AST is 40. ALT is 76. Platelets 380. So his FIB4 is 0.69. LDL is 130. HDL is 29. Triglycerides 346, and total testosterone is 188. And I believe that FIB4 is a typo. I think that actually should be 1.69. Okay, so should we start with?
No, we can sit down and you can just do the discussion part, Scott. So I think this is actually, how many people think that this patient has fatty liver disease? Just fatty liver disease. Yeah, everyone. How many patients think? How many of you think that this patient has advanced risk for fatty liver disease, like NASH with fibrosis? Yes. So Scott, what first drug would you use to manage his weight? Because he certainly has. I would probably. And first of all, let me actually ask another question. Do you put a lot of sort of credence on BMI or waist circumference? Which is more important to you?
So that's a great question. And so I think that they're both important. And really what we want to know about is adiposity. And so the waist circumference is going to give us information about adiposity, but knowing about body composition and things like that are also important. This is a patient that clearly has, severe obesity, and he has central obesity. So he has the enlarged waist circumference. Once they're in that range, I'm not sure if it makes a whole lot of difference, because they're going to have both. But, as far as medications go, I think there's a lot of nuances with the medications, which we can get into as we discuss this case a little bit more. But I think the first step would be getting diabetes under control. And that would mean continuing the metformin and discontinuing the sulfonylurea, which is obesogenic, and then switching them to one or more diabetes medications, probably more than one.
Is there a drug that you would prefer that will deal with both weight and diabetes?
Well, those are so yes, and it's when we talk about the GLP-1s, of course, are going to be our first line. That's going to be one of the first things we'll start if we can get insurance coverage and the patient is willing to take an injection. Although we now have the oral GLP-1 as well, and then the SGLT2s. And I wouldn't hesitate to use pioglitazone in a patient like this right from the very beginning, because of the need for improved diabetes control, the potential improvement with fatty liver, and also the potential reduction in cardiovascular disease risk, even though it may not help with weight loss.
Maru, what NITs in addition to FIB? Say FIB4 is 1.69. What next NIT would you use, or do you go to a biopsy, or you just don't do anything right now?
I mean, before I would just do, this guy has advanced fibrosis, I'm fairly sure. But in any case, I would probably do just an elastography, and FIB4 is in our office. We would probably just do that. I would be surprised if he didn't have elevated liver stiffness. So that's where I would start. Probably.
He has a waist circumference of 48 inches.
Yeah.
Do you worry about the elastography?
I mean, a bit. We, of course, would use the XL probe. And if you don't have a good, IQR, then I suppose I would probably do an MRE on the patient if we didn't have a nice reading.
Right. So I think it looks like you've done some additional testing with elastography. What is the most important risk for this patient? Is the patient going to die from liver disease, or do you think it's going to be from cardiovascular
Well,
disease?
and it could be all the above. And I think that's why I wanted to highlight this case, because of all the other metabolic factors to consider. And so I know we wanted to focus on weight, and that's actually the next slide. But, I think that, not only do we need to control the diabetes, but we need to manage his dyslipidemia. And he needs to be on a statin, most likely, and other medicines like the omega-3s or a fibrate may also need to be added. And I would refer everyone to the ACE lipid algorithm, which has a really nice sequential order of how to add these medications. But the other thing is to recognize sleep apnea. And I don't know if there's a correlation, but there must be between fatty liver and sleep apnea. But he has untreated sleep apnea. And so I know that being at a hepatology meeting, everybody worries about PHTN, portal hypertension, but he also may have pulmonary hypertension, another PHTN. So that's like very essential in his treatment is to get the sleep apnea managed, as is to treat his other, his hypogonadism. And so he probably needs some testosterone replacement. And then the other big thing would be to assess his cardiovascular risk. And so we like to use the CAC score, coronary CT scoring, but carotid duplex is also helpful for assessing the carotid arteries, and then an achial brachial index for assessing for peripheral vascular disease.
I think you brought up this issue. I'll let you, Maru, ask the question first.
No, I just wanted to make a comment about the testosterone. So I think that's something that I always check it in my male patients with fatty liver disease, but I don't think many people do actually. And I think it's important because it's something that clearly causes fatty liver and disease progression in men. And I think it just needs to be checked more often, basically, and replaced when appropriate. So,
Maru, do you actually recommend exercise? And is it important to do muscle resistance to improve the muscle bulk, or is it important to do, cardiovascular stuff, or both?
I mean, if I'm being honest, I mostly focus on diet and making sort of long game changes in the diet. And I believe that dietary changes in weight loss are more sustainable if they're done slowly and sustainably. And exercise I see more as a tool to maintain weight loss, because people that aren't inherently really active are not suddenly going to become and stay like that. I don't feel like that's very common. But that being said, if people can exercise I would put cardiovascular or cardiac, what am I trying to say? Cardio, because I never do it. That's why I can't think of the word. Cardio, that's the thing that I never do. Cardio is critical, I think. But of course, increasing muscle bulk will help you burn calories, and there are also data showing it improves NASH.
What do you think, Scott?
Well, I mean, I think the sort of the standard recommendation that we give the patients is 150 minutes of moderate intensity exercise, which is like fast walking a week, with a goal of up to 300 minutes. Some resistance training is a good idea, but it doesn't have to be a lot, 20 minutes a couple times a week. But I totally agree that for weight loss itself, the exercise is a minuscule part and the diet is the biggest part. But it also helps with preserving muscle mass as they lose weight. They lose less muscle.
So I just would want to add the fact that there is also, now not only is actually sleep apnea is associated, it's been written up many times in fatty liver disease, but now we know sarcopenia is an issue even before you have cirrhosis. So I've been sort of focusing a little bit more, not only in diet, but also exercise. The question that, something that we learned from you, Scott, yesterday and today is that we should be much more generous in our use of statins, and also maybe protection of kidneys, because there's a lot of chronic kidney disease, obviously, as a part of the metabolic complication. Should we be using ACE and inhibitors or statins sort of a little bit more easily in these patient populations.
Yes, I mean, definitely. I mean, these, for the statins, I mean, pretty much if you have type 2 diabetes, you should be on a statin is the way we look at it. And now the data is pretty clear that lower is better. The lower the LDL, the better the outcomes. And there doesn't seem to be an LDL level that's too low. And so I think it's something that we really need to focus on because that's what these patients are dying from is cardiovascular disease.
Any recommendation from your side? Mary?
Yeah, just I'll add one comment about the exercise and nutrition because I think you're exactly right that exercise doesn't lead to big weight loss. But there's been several large meta-analyses in pediatric studies showing that it's the combination. So what I encourage the families to do is a small amount of extra increase in physical activity and a small improvement in the diet, not big ones, right? But small changes. And the beautiful thing is with that, the parents often lose some weight too.
That is actually true. And even in adult, there is a study combining different diets and also the exercise, and it does actually seem to improve both visceral adiposity and also hepatic fat. There was no biopsy. Maru, what are you going to do with the weight issue? Is it going to be medically treated or surgically treated? I'm sure there's going to be some weight management issue that Scott is going to teach us, but what are you going to do as hepatologist?
So probably with him, I would use a GLP-1. I would try a GLP-1 because it would help his diabetes control. It would also help with weight loss and it would help his NASH that he most likely has. The issue with the GLP-1s is the sort of ability to adhere to that. And that's pretty low around, in my experience, about 50%. And I think there's a paper showing that as well. So that's a little bit of a problem. The other thought potentially for him would be an SGLT2 inhibitor. And that's of course, you're treating the lipids and you're also managing the other comorbid conditions, replacing testosterone.
Wonderful. Scott, the treatment of weight from an endocrinologist perspective.
So after managing all those other medical issues in your 15-minute time, now you have to start with diet and weight management. So just real quickly, because I know the time is running short, but the lifestyle's always got to be there, and that's got to be the main focus. But the type of diet there is variable depending on the individual person, and we try to have a balanced, healthy diet, but it doesn't have to be a specific type. That the data shows that whether it's a high protein or a moderate protein or a high or a low fat diet, the weight loss is overall about the same. We have that focus on eliminating the empty calories like sugar sweetened beverages and alcohol. So even if it's not going to make a big difference for the liver, it still makes a difference with the fat, if it's a little bit of alcohol anyway. And then, changing around more of the medicine. So the obesogenic beta blocker, it lowers metabolic rate, changing to a non-obesogenic beta blocker. The ACE and the ARB are very good because of diabetic kidney disease. And there's also fatty kidney disease where there's fat deposition in the podocytes in the kidney. And then he's on paroxetine, which is an obesogenic SSRI. So maybe if you can switch to bupropion, that could be a good option. A lot of people don't realize that the sedating antihistamines are also obesogenic. There's histamine receptors in the appetite center of the brain. So trying to switch him to loratadine, which is a non-sedating antihistamine, can also be real helpful. And then after you do all those things, you can consider the anti-obesity medications, and we have 4 that are approved in addition, or approved for long-term use, I should say, which is the bupropion naltrexone, phentermine topiramate, and then liraglutide and orlistat. And so I think any of those could be used as an option. And then finally, I think really what would be best for this patient would be bariatric surgery, and we'd get the most weight loss and the best outcomes. And so that's definitely something to consider.
The reason we wanted to have this panel is that because I'm a big believer that this disease needs to be managed as a care pathway that requires a multidisciplinary approach. And I think with our experience with COVID and telemedicine and Zoom and all of that, that is probably much more manageable. now because we have to have endocrinologists, we have to have nutrition specialists, we have to have behavioral health people involved because it's not going to be, this is not just a hepatology issue. And if we deal it with NAFLD as a liver disease that only belongs to hepatologists, we're never going to address this. So it's going to be public health, it's going to be primary care endocrinology. So with that, I'm going to ask the speakers to stay on, and because we're going to have a quick Q&A panel at the end, and I'm going to ask Dr. Stephen Harrison. Steve is, again, a leader in non-alcoholic steatohepatitis. He is doing, I don't know, maybe 500 different clinical trials today. He is the visiting professor of hepatology at Oxford and president of the Summit Clinical Research and medical director of Pinnacle Clinical Research. He's going to talk about what drugs we are going to see in the future, emerging therapies for NASH. Thanks, Steve.
Thanks, Sobair. So some of these slides you've seen already or we've talked about, so we'll be able to go through them pretty quick. So it's an honor to be here today to see you guys. A lot of you, it's been 15 months since we've been together. So it's great to see faces in person and not on Zoom. I want to start with the story. The story has parallels to what we're going to talk about. The story is a commencement address given by Admiral William McRaven at the University of Texas, 2014. And there, the motto of UT is, what happens here changes the world. Our parallel is what happens here changes our patients' lives. And what we'll talk about is the emerging therapies in NASH. But it's not for the faint of heart. In Admiral McRaven's speech as the 9th commander of the Special Operations Force, he talked to the graduates about 10 things that they could do every day to change the world. And one of those, I think, has some applicability to us today as in my talk. So every morning in SEAL training, Coronado Island, the SEALs would wake up and put their uniform on. And as a retired Army colonel, I can tell you that's not always easy to do. But they would dress it perfectly, measure everything out, and then they would have inspection. Inevitably, they would fail inspection. Despite how perfect their uniform was, they were told to run into the surf with their uniform on, shoes, everything, medals, get completely wet, come back onto the beach, roll around in the sand until they were completely covered from head to toe in white sand. They had to run the rest of the day in their uniform. It was miserable. Some patients, some of those people couldn't tolerate that. And as you know, if you ring the bell, you're done. Life gets better. You're no longer in SEAL training, but you no longer have to be that individual. They called that the sugar cookie. So his analogy was to the graduates, don't be afraid to be a sugar cookie. Things aren't always going to go the way that you want them to, but you need to persevere. And so our analogy today is as you go through, you'll see a lot of drugs that didn't make it across the finish line. And 2018 and 2019 were hard years in NASH. But we can't be afraid to be a sugar cookie. We have to persevere. And that's what I'm going to talk with you about today. So these are my disclosures. So the goals of treatment are first and foremost, we need a drug that can get across the finish line and be approved. Currently, that's a histopathologic endpoint that Mason has already highlighted to you. We want to decrease inflammation and by default, downregulate stellate cells and improve fibrosis because fibrosis portends a worse prognosis. And if we can do that, then we'll have done something good for our patients. But more importantly, we also want to improve the extrahepatic manifestations of their disease, the diabetes, the obesity, the atherogenic lipids. And we ultimately want to have improvement in patient-reported outcome measures as well. So we talked about lifestyle. I'm not going to dwell on this since we just had a panel discussion on that, but that is foundational. It doesn't matter how good our drugs are. We don't need to get away from this. And ultimately, what we're trying to do is prevent progression of disease. And as you can see from this slide, NASH cirrhosis is the closest to liver decompensation. That makes sense. But maybe what doesn't make sense to some is that NASH with fibrosis is actually the group that's most likely to progress. But we can't leave the NASH patients alone because those are the drivers of fibrosis. So that's important to hit as well. Now, I don't have time to belabor pathogenesis, but suffice it to say it's multifactorial. It involves not only the microbiome, it involves toxic lipid species that come from free fatty acid flux from sick adipocytes, from de novo lipogenesis, and from the diet. There's a certain anti-inflammatory component to this with a dysregulated immune system. And we know that ultimately this upregulates stellate cells, and that's what leads to the scar that we have. So how can we target this? Well, I've listed here the drugs that are currently in development, mainly focused in the metabolic arena. And we're targeting multiple different pathways. And what we've learned is that the higher up in the pathway that we can target, the better chance we have of hitting the disease. So diving into this a little bit more, there are really 5 different buckets of drugs that we can hit. We can target insulin resistance and or lipid metabolism. We can target lipotoxic stress, oxidative stress, inflammation and immune cell activation, and then apoptosis, necrosis, and fibrogenesis and collagen turnover. And what you can see from here very simply is that most of the drugs currently in development are targeting the first 2 buckets. Why? Because those tend to be very, very high up in the pathway. And ultimately, if we can hit those targets, we have downstream effects that hit buckets 3, 4, and 5. If you target buckets 3, 4, and 5 directly, that's where we find most of the drugs heading into the graveyard. Because of circuitous routes, they may show benefit in animal models, but in humans, those pathways are overcome with redundancy. So just taking a couple slides from yesterday and focusing on clinical trial endpoints, I'm not going to belabor this because Mason did a good job of hitting this. But ultimately, we can look at outcomes in 4 different buckets: clinical, metabolic, inflammatory, and fibrotic. And then those hard endpoints in yellow that you see listed. But for drug development purposes, we can channel that energy into non-invasive tests to look at early phase drug development in humans. And that's centered on imaging biomarkers and wet biomarkers that are listed here and have been talked about throughout the meeting. The 2 that I want to focus on most consistently throughout the rest of my talk are ALT and proton density fat fraction. Both of these now have certain thresholds that we call magnitude of effect changes that are linked to benefit on early phase drug development trials. For ALT, it's 17 units per liter drop. And for PDFF, it's a 30% relative reduction. And so we know the endpoints for registration trials for Subpart H approval, conditional approval of the drug, NASH resolution without worsening of fibrosis, or fibrosis improvement of at least 1 stage without worsening of NASH. To get full approval, ultimately, we want to show delay in progression to cirrhosis or hard outcomes. Now, looking at ALT, I show you this slide, and I don't have time to go into each study individually. I think Manal did a wonderful job of doing some of that yesterday, but I want to put them side by side for you. Now, these aren't head-to-head comparisons, so take that for what it's worth, but I do think it shows us that we have come a long way in drug development. Every one of these that you see here, and I'm targeting the leading mechanisms, GLP-1, FXR, PPAR, thyroid hormone receptor beta, the FGF21, 19 as well, all have shown magnitude of effect changes in ALT that supersede 17 units per liter, and all show promise as they march toward a histopathologic outcome. In fact, only 3 drugs up here do not have histology linked to them. That would be pegbelfermin, 89bio's PEG21, and Genentech's FGFR1C. We do now have, for the first time, data with the FGF21 compound, efruxifermin, both at 16 weeks in non-cirrhotic patients and 16 weeks in cirrhotic patients, showing significant improvement in histology, even regression of cirrhosis. So the future looks bright for this particular class of drug as well. Now, looking at PDFF, I want to dive into a little bit more of what Mason talked about earlier. And this is using resmetirom. On the y-axis is responder. On the x-axis are 3 different buckets. First is NASH resolution. And you see in the dark purple that if you're able to get at least a 50% relative reduction in liver fat, that correlates with an over 60% probability of NASH resolution. Looking at fibrosis reduction, you see, again, a dose-response relationship, if you will, with the more fat being lost in the liver over time with treatment, the greater the probability of fibrosis improvement. And then maybe the holy grail, you combine the 2, NASH resolution and fibrosis improvement, only really occurs if there has been a PDFF response. So what about a different mechanism? Let's take FGF19, aldafermin. It's a once daily injectable. Also at 12 weeks of treatment has shown significant impact on fibrosis and steatosis regression, as well as 24-week data. Well, here we focus on the F3 patients. And these patients had at least a one-stage improvement in fibrosis without worsening of NASH after 24 weeks of treatment. You see, none in the placebo hit that. 30% in the aldafermin 1 milligram dose did. But if we overlay that with an associated 30% relative drop in liver fat, we can accentuate the fibrosis response, 46% versus 0. So where are we at today? Well, there are 243 NASH studies on clinicaltrials.gov. If you look that up today, 34 actively recruiting, and you see the wide variety of those mechanisms being studied. Most importantly, we see multiple studies with the THR beta agonist class, the FXR, the 21s, and then multiple combination trials. So where does that put us in patient enrollment? I'm happy to say that COVID, while it slowed down enrollment, it did not stop enrollment. Many drugs pushed through enrollment during this period. Right now, we need about 6,000 non-cirrhotic subjects to complete the phase 3 trials. We need another 4,300 for the phase 2s. And for the cirrhotic trials currently enrolling about. So we need roughly, about 15,000 patients this year to enroll in NASH trials to complete our current active enrollment. The problem is our screen fail rate is sitting at around 75%. So you're talking, coming through our clinics, roughly 75,000 patients are needed to pass through to enroll this particular number of patients. So there's an issue with disease state awareness and getting after these patients at the primary care level. So I want to focus, first, I'm going to just briefly talk about metabolic agents in phase 2 development. And there's a lot of them. You see them listed here. I don't have time to dive into these individually. I just want to show that there's a lot of them in development. If we look at those with liver biopsy, it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger, which is an exciting time for us in the field of NASH because there's so many different mechanisms that are showing promise. What about the anti-fibrotic and anti-inflammatory? We don't have as much data yet. There aren't as many studies in development, but they're gaining in number and traction. So I want to spend a little time on the phase 3s. The phase 3s are really where we're at, and there's a lot of interesting data coming. So what about elafibranor? It's a pan-PPAR alpha delta. That drug enrolled and reported out last year. Unfortunately, we didn't get to talk about it much collectively because of the pandemic, but that did not work. It did not meet its endpoint. So that phase 3 trial did not make it. What about obeticholic acid? Well, we all know that story. It submitted its NDA and unfortunately was met with a CRL. So they're refiling potentially, hopefully in the near future with more data. And we also have the reverse trial, which is in cirrhotic patients that should read out sometime this year. So there's still hope for OCA. For resmetirom, there are 2 phase 3 trials currently ongoing. The Maestro-NAFLD trial, which is a non-invasive trial that enrolled over 1,200 patients. That is completed enrollment and hopefully should read out sometime later this year. The Subpart H approvable trial, the registration trial, Maestro-NASH, is currently enrolling and hopes to complete enrollment of its Subpart H cohort sometime later this year. And then 52 weeks later, we should end that. And then ultimately, they'll hopefully file the NDA, and we may have a new drug for NASH sometime in 2023. Aramcol is an SCD1 inhibitor. It started its phase 3 trial and has been put on hold. So what about anti-inflammatory and anti-fibrotic agents in phase 3? You guys know selonsertib at STELLAR-4 and STELLAR-3 trials. Those did not make it across the finish line. Belapectin is basically apelpectin. It's called a GRMD02, and it is currently enrolling a phase 2b/3 trial. It's looking at patients without varices that are well compensated, with the primary endpoint being prevention of progression to varices. And then finally, Cenicriviroc recently halted development in their phase 3 program. There's lots of combination trials. We had a good discussion yesterday. Scott Friedman told us lots about the combinations underway. And you see multiple combinations happening now that are enrolling. What I would say is ultimately, this is going to be probably the way we manage most of our patients. There will be patients that can be managed just like hypertensive patients that can get by with a little bit of lisinopril or amlodipine, but ultimately most go on combo therapy. I think we'll see that in NASH. Some will be managed with oral therapy as a monotherapy agent, and then others will go on to combinations. So finally, I just want to show 3 slides that put this in perspective. So this is the across the top, you see the drugs that have reported histology. This is looking at fibrosis improvement. Way over on the right is Ocaliva with the registration trial Regenerate. You see there 23% versus 12%. And then some of the newer agents coming up behind it that show even greater promise. So again, the future looks very bright. On NASH resolution, same thing. We look at the drug that has already made it across the finish line, Ocaliva to the far right, 12% versus 8%. It did not reach statistical significance for this endpoint. But if you look at semaglutide, for instance, that just recently was published in New England Journal of Medicine, you see a striking improvement in NASH resolution, and other drugs marching towards phase 3 like Inventiva, lanifibranor, and then efruxifermin. And then you also have Madrigal's resmetirom, who's currently in phase 3 and using higher doses than really were described in this trial. So what's left? Well, we see lots of focus on metabolic and anti-diabetic therapies to treat this disease. And Tecentriq is the drug that has reached completion of phase 3. That's Intercept. But we have several drugs and concentric rings around that are in development. The toughest challenge for us has been the anti-fibrotic space. You see lots of X's listed there, but we're making headway there, whether it's integrins or it's pancyclophilin inhibitors. There is hope as a pure anti-fibrotic play. And hopefully those will also be used in combination therapy if we co-formulate an oral medication regimen. So I'd like to end there and thank you for the opportunity today. And don't be afraid to be a sugar cookie.
Thanks, Stephen, not only to give a fantastic talk, but actually do it. You want to take my seat since we were such fantastic speaker on time. We'll ask Michael Lucy and Mazen to join, please. So we're gonna ask some questions. The first question is actually, Miriam, for you about ethnicity in that case that you presented. Does ethnicity matter for kids? And is it the same as adults or is it different?
I imagine it's very similar, and yes, we do definitely see inheritance and incidence patterns by ethnicity. In the pediatric literature, the most common is in Hispanic or Latino populations, and then followed by we have a lower number of kids with Asian backgrounds, but they have a high prevalence among them, and then white, and then Black the least.
The next question, I'm going to ask this from Maru. So if you have an overweight and obese sort of individual, assume that to have fatty liver disease, do you have to do anything else to exclude other type of liver disease? And is it different? Maybe that's what Miriam can actually show us. Is it different in kids? So if you have fatty liver disease in kids, do you have to exclude other things that may be important? Maru, you first.
So I think excluding other things is very important, particularly if the liver chemistries are abnormal. So autoimmune hepatitis, elevated ferritin is common, but you need to think about that. Alpha-1 antitrypsin, because there's an important impact on fibrosis progression, development of cirrhosis over time, the heterozygote. So I definitely do rule out other things, including in a younger person, Wilson disease, alcohol use, of course. So I do think about all of those things in addition to risk stratifying the individual patient.
Anything that you would add?
It's very similar. We probably have a little more attention to rare diseases such as mitochondrial disorders, but otherwise the list is the same.
Do you exclude Wilson's disease than everyone?
Definitely, always, every patient.
Michael, this is for you. So the question is there any kind of a predictor of relapse post-transplantation for a patient who undergoes transplantation for acute alcoholic liver disease?
Well, it's a holy grail to find predictors of relapse. Recently, the Accelerate group has produced a scoring system which we call SALT. The problem is there's a wide variation in its accuracy. Persons with a high SALT score are more likely to relapse, but they're not certain to relapse, and people with a low SALT score are not certain to remain abstinent. And so I think it speaks to the multifactorial nature of drinking or not drinking in somebody who has alcohol use disorder.
Thank you. Mazen, the next question is for you. It's not new with NITs, but I'm going to still ask it. Endoscopic endobariatrics and its role in management of obesity and then NASH, of course.
I think it's promising. The AGA just put guidelines on use of balloon. I had experience with patients that they relapsed after balloon, but there's the new procedures, the suture and all this. So I think we need more studies and more trial in this field, but I'm optimistic in general, but we need more studies. The balloon, I'm a little bit skeptical because I have seen a lot of relapses and the insurance is not covering.
Stephen, the clinical trials are all for a year or say whatever it is, a year and a half. Statin is not used for a year and stopping. So how do you treat these patients? Do you treat them for a year, or do you treat them with lots of medication and then put them on some sort of maintenance to keep them where they are, so that otherwise, if they haven't lost the weight, you can treat the biopsy, but they're still going to die of something that's.
Are you referring to
chronic.
future therapy?
Future therapies? Exactly.
Yeah, so I think the future therapies for me are really kind of falling into two different buckets. Those therapies that are highly impactful, and we've seen that with the injectables, whether they're GLPs, GLP-GIPs, glucagon agonists, FGF21s, FGF19s. Those are all injectables, and they all have a very similar potent ability to get rid of fat, show regression of NASH, and particularly with the 19s and 21s, fibrosis regression. They all have a very similar adverse event profile. It's all a GI side effect related profile. So I don't think those medications are going to necessarily be used for the long term. We've seen that with the GLP-1 renewal of your prescriptions. I mean, you mentioned yesterday, 12 weeks, I think, was the average for a GLP-1. So I think those are going to be targeting our more advanced populations, the advanced F3s and the well-comp4s, and they'll be used as an induction regimen to quickly get them under control and transition over to some oral therapies that are well tolerated, given once a day, that can be used for long-term benefit, not only on liver disease and preventing new fat from coming, but its continued ability to show regression of disease and its additive benefit on the extrahepatic manifestations of atherogenic lipids and glycemic control.
Great, thank you. Scott, fit fat. There is actually an article in one of the journals just this past week about the fact that we're all wrong about sort of diet and weight loss. You may have read it. It's lay public, actually. It got a lot of sort of press. So do you think there is a group of patients who are obese and they would be just fine?
So this has been a huge controversy that people have talked about for a long time, but I think there's 2 points to that. And the first one is that it still goes back to total adiposity. And in fact, that's why ACE has actually proposed ABCD, adiposity-based chronic disease, as a substitute term for obesity. But there are people that are very muscular, that have a BMI that's in an elevated or even an obesity range, that don't have adiposity. And then there are others that have a BMI in the normal range that do have increased body fat, and so they're metabolically obese. But I think where the controversy comes in is that there are a group of relatively healthy individuals who have obesity but have no detectable comorbidities from obesity. And I think that, really it's just something waiting to happen, that many of these people are still at very high risk. And if you look at them closely enough with, subtle indicators of insulin resistance or other markers, they do show abnormalities. So I'm of the school of thinking that there really is no fit obese, that it's just really just a matter of time.
So the 2 questions related to sort of perception of weight, some related to pediatric and some outside this country. So for pediatric, chubby babies sometimes, or they thought people are, think that they're happy, they're healthy. And the other question for, outside this culture and certain cultures, being obese actually is not actually thought about as a quote unquote negative thing. So what do you think, Miriam first, and then Maru, you next?
Yeah, that's such a complicated issue. And I actually don't know of any good studies on it, but I think that I think it's changing over time. So I got a lot more pushback when I brought up weight in my clinic 15 years ago. And now almost every parent that I bring it up, and of course I don't say, your child's too heavy. I start with, do you have any concerns about your child's weight? And so, but almost always if the child is overweight, they say yes. And parents appreciate seeing the curve. So in my practice, which is a fairly diverse, mostly Medicaid practice, I've seen a better awareness of the importance of not gaining weight during childhood in the parents. I can't speak to other cultures, but I don't know.
Maru, any
I guess
thoughts?
it's the token Mexican in the room. There are actually a couple of others, but anyway, so I will comment on sort of, at least I can comment on some of the Latin American and certainly Mexican populations and the perceptions there. So they actually, I would agree that in general, the chubbiness or the being overweight is not as stigmatized in a sense, but I think that's really changing too. And for me as an adult, physician. So the mere fact they're in my clinic means there's something wrong. And so I very directly talk about weight. And I'm actually very early to recommend bariatric surgery for some of these patients. The other population of people that I have less access to, but are at high risk for NASH are Middle Eastern people. And so maybe you can comment on that because obesity is thought to be a measure of sort of, wealth and yeah.
Well, Africa and Middle East, that's a major issue. And as you know, the region of the world, and I showed the data yesterday, that has the highest rate of increase in athletes, Middle East. And how they're going to deal with this is going to be a major issue. But I think some of it is really changing the perceptions of what weight means and those cultural sort of biases. Michael, this is a question for yourself. Why do some patients with alcoholic liver disease, even if they're abstinent for decades, they can still develop complications?
Well, the complications of alcohol use disorder and the complications of liver disease. So as I said, the alcohol use disorder can recur or come back as an active problem even after years. So there's always the concern if somebody has deteriorating liver function and a past history of alcohol use disorder that they actually are drinking. And that's a challenge to us because we don't want to put the patient in a position where it's a little bit like a witch's chair. If the patient floats, they're a witch, and if they don't float, they're dead. So there's a danger of putting them in an impossible position where you're focusing on are you drinking or are you not. It does raise the question of use of biomarkers. Biomarkers should not be used as a way of entrapping the patient. You should tell your patient if you're going to use phosphatidylethanol or urinary ethyl gluc. We're doing this now and we're going to get this result. So that's one aspect. Then the other is that the liver disease may continue to progress. You're quite correct. I don't have a good answer for that. But so sometimes it's things like new onset hepatocellular carcinoma, clotting a portal vein. There's some events can occur in addition to the presence of the liver disease that trigger a deterioration. Infection is always a problem.
Thanks, Michael. I strongly believe that some of these patients, if you look at the global burden of fatty liver disease, NAFLD, good metabolic sort of abnormalities, that these patients still will have that and will still probably continue, maybe not from alcohol, but then now they've changed from alcoholic fatty liver disease to non-alcoholic fatty liver disease.
Of course, that's a very good point. So it's a separate addiction in a sense, substituting sugar and calories for what was previously provided by alcohol. I quite agree with that.
The alcohol to ice
Mazen,
cream
go
transition.
ahead.
No, just the alcohol to ice cream transition. It's
Exactly,
something
right,
we see frequently.
Right.
And then we also see the alcohol with ice cream.
Yeah.
So it's
Even better. Mazen, when you look at sort of the what you're gonna have in the next 3 years for NITs and the algorithms, what are the two sort of things you think will have, what could make a dent? Not for hepatologists, but where it matters the most in the primary care setting, and then in the endocrinology practice where most of our sort of high-risk patients reside.
Well, can you hear me? Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. I think it's going to be simple, cheap, easy, reliable. That's the message. So I think we already have one, which is the FIB4. The message is to optimize that, close that gap in the indeterminate zone, and anything that you can add to that is cheap and easy from what I presented. I mean, I talked about the ELF, but anything that can blood test Quest LabCorp can do that is reliable. I mean, Pro-C3 is also a little bit behind, so that can be another one to add to the FIB4. But I think 2 sequential tests is great, that they are cheap and easy. You can start with the FIB4. That's just by itself, it's a great start. FibroScan is not available. I don't think it's a primary care way to go. But most importantly, before we do any of those, is increase awareness, change the guidelines, and let them do it actually before, we start throwing these tests. So I would say like FIB4, and if the ELF comes, I'll use that in primary care.
Would you still hold up stiffness assessment like FibroScan or anything that will do, a point of care stiffness assessment as also an alternative to ELF testing or another serum biomarker?
If it is simple and easy and they can afford it and reliable, yes, that's what the message should be.
Now we have a lot of questions, but the last question will go to Dr. Harrison. Now we always hear about this combination, and in general, and Scott Friedman brought this up yesterday. It's very illogical. I mean, drug companies just look at what they have and they want to combine their own thing. Isn't it time to really, have industry come together and bring the best that's going to benefit our patients, even if they're in competition?
Is that a rhetorical question?
Listen, you're the
mean,
guru, so
Absolutely. Yes.
And how do you do this?
Well, that's a harder question. I think, through consensus meetings such as this, where we have industry partnered, we all come to the table and we talk about what's needed. And part of that will come through the literature that's gained. So, for instance, we learned the GLP-1 with semaglutide has very good activity on NASH, but it doesn't work in fibrosis. So what if we have a drug that works really great on fibrosis, but doesn't do anything for NASH? Well, maybe that's that's the Reese's peanut butter cup, right? You're putting the peanut butter with the chocolate. So, I mean, I think it's a challenge. Companies are hesitant to combine their drug with another drug until they show that their drug, works and is approved, and that there are reasons for that. If you have a company that has multiple assets in-house, it's easier to combine them at earlier stages. And you're beginning to see that by several companies out there that have several assets under the one roof, and they're combining a THR beta with an FXR, for instance, or a THR beta with an anti-inflammatory, or a THR beta with a GLP. And there are multiple ones of these that are being looked at. But I also believe there will be M&A activity. I think that we'll get back to that. We'll have a lot of these companies that will begin to merge and combine their assets. And that'll be another a way to look at combination therapy. But I think that, as Scott mentioned yesterday, and he's always been a proponent of this since I've known him in this space, is you don't just take something that worked marginally or didn't work, but had a great safety profile, and try to combine it with another drug that worked marginally, but had a good safety profile, or maybe one that had an elevation LDL and you're combining it with one that lowers LDL, but had minimal activity. That's kind of the way we've done it so far. And I think that's really not the way to go. We need to look at it from a different perspective.
And I agree. I mean, we already have, go ahead,
Can I
Mazen.
add to this also?
Sure, of
I
course.
totally agree with Stephen, but I really also think that it's the company's best interest to combine the effort. And I want to go from the placebo angle. I would not exaggerate. I think a lot of people will agree that the placebo has been bipolar in a lot of NASH clinical trials. And you will hear like a failure said, well, our placebo was higher and this and that. And then when we saw the AI and how it's reducing the placebo, it's showing better results. So if they have doubts, that their placebo was different and the reading was different, and that they should have including 3 pathologists. I think multi-trial design with even like single arm, not even before the combo, when you have multiple single arms, 1 placebo arm that you compare all of them. I mean, there are trial designs like this, and you use AI as the placebo or AI for histology reading. I think that will be helpful for everyone in this field.
Thanks, Miles. And we are already seeing some of this between Novo Nordisk and Gilead. There is a combination that they're actually looking at. But I want to thank the fantastic panel we had and the speakers. Just to let you know that there are 430 people actually online right now watching us. So during the lunch break, please go and visit the booths. These are our sponsors. We can't have this meeting without them. So at least if you have any questions, or at least show your interest and appreciation. We'll be back here at 12:45 for the last session of the day. And thanks again. Thank you.
everybody. I think we're going to go ahead and get started again to try to keep on time. Want to make sure that all of you make your tea times. It's been a great meeting so far, and we have two more great speakers and a panel discussion to follow, and then you're out for the afternoon. So I'm Kimberly Brown, and I just want to reiterate, thank you all for attending, whether you're here in person or virtually. This has been a fantastic meeting, in my opinion, and I've learned a lot of information that's been, I felt, directed right toward me in my practice. So thank you all for attending, and thank you to those of you who are watching from afar. Our next speaker is Dr. Chris Cowdley, a good colleague, longtime friend. Chris is currently a professor at Washington State University and now newly the director of the Liver Institute of the Northwest. And Chris will be talking to us about cholestatic liver disease, current management, and emerging therapies. Chris?
Thank you, Kim. I want to thank the CLDF for giving me the opportunity to present this talk. And my goal in the next 25 minutes or so is to really talk about how we're thinking about risk stratification in cholestatic liver disease, which is evolving from the more traditional concept of the old Mayo risk score to more elegant and somewhat more sophisticated ways to stratify patients. And I'll cover some of the new therapeutic options that are emerging. Here are my disclosures. So here's what I'll cover. I'm going to provide some background on prognostic models in primary biliary cholangitis, touch on novel therapies for PBC, and also long-term data with regard to obeticholic acid for treating PBC. I'm going to talk a little bit about how we assess risk stratification and prognosis in primary sclerosing cholangitis, and cover the current data and landscape for novel therapies, and then wrap up. So first of all, as this audience is well aware, we have changed the name primary biliary cirrhosis to primary biliary cholangitis. And this reflects the fact that most patients, of course, with PBC do not have cirrhosis. The disease has a long natural history, and there's no question that ursodeoxycholic acid has improved clinical outcomes. And if you look at the number of patients per year undergoing liver transplantation for PBC, that number has steadily decreased since the approval of URSO in 1999. But we know there's a significant unmet need because the average age at which patients are transplanted has not changed. So the younger patient with more aggressive disease remains a major treatment challenge and in need of additional therapies. So there is an unmet need to better identify those patients at higher risk. And I'm going to discuss the concept of risk versus stage, stage being where the patient is at today, and risk predicting future events, especially over a 10 to 15-year time horizon. And in light of this, several prognostic models have been developed to help us risk stratify patients, not over the next 3 to 5 years or the next 1 to 2 years, as the older Mayo model may have predicted, but allow patients to be risk stratified over a much longer time horizon, say 10 to 15 years. And these are important because as these prognostic models have been developed, they have been useful to establish surrogate endpoints for the Subpart H approval pathway, which is a surrogate endpoint that is reasonably likely to predict clinical benefit. And this is critical, as we've already heard in the NASH sessions, and will be also necessary in cholestatic liver disease, given the long time horizon of these diseases. So the Mayo model was the original prognostic model, and it was really designed to identify patients with more advanced disease to predict when they might need liver transplantation. And this has really transitioned, as I've mentioned, into an evolving concept of stage versus risk. So predicting future events as opposed to where the patient is at the present time. So several new models have been developed.
They use serum liver biochemical tests, such as liver enzymes, AST and ALT aminotransferases, and centrally alkaline phosphatase and bilirubin. And the alkaline phosphatase and bilirubin of 1.67 times the upper limit of normal, as you know, was the surrogate endpoint that was chosen for primary outcome assessment in the POISE trial, which led to approval of obeticholic acid as a second-line therapy. There is some new and evolving data with regard to vibration-controlled transient elastography, also known as FibroScan, which has helped us predict risks and future events in patients with liver disease due to PBC and PSC. And the field is evolving, particularly in PSC, to use a combination of clinical variables, biochemical variables, and imaging-based variables to try to provide a composite risk assessment to predict future clinical events in patients. So there's a lot of information on this slide, and it will be in your handout, but it's really here for me to point out to you that there are a number of different laboratory response criteria that have been established for patients who have been treated with ursodeoxycholic acid for 1 year, and after that time point to predict future events. And these range from the traditional Mayo score, Barcelona, Paris 1 and 2, the Rotterdam, the Toronto, and other criteria. And they all use a combination of either an alkaline phosphatase level that is above a certain proportion or a certain ratio of the upper limit of normal, with or without aminotransferase elevations that might predict future clinical events. So for example, the Toronto model, which uses an alkaline phosphatase of 1.67 times the upper limit of normal, was used to predict clinical endpoints such as histology and liver transplant-free survival. And if you look on the right side, you can see what proportion of patients using that particular model were deemed non-responders to URSO after 1 year of therapy. And that has become the bedrock criteria by which we have developed new phase 3 trials for assessing clinical response. So this is the Lammers paper, which was published in Gastroenterology and really established this fundamental concept of, if you look at the patient's bilirubin, total bilirubin, and look at their alkaline phosphatase after 1 year of treatment with ursodeoxycholic acid, you can see that depending on where that patient is on that line, their 15-year survival could be dramatically different. So for example, a patient that has an alkaline phosphatase less than 1.67 times the upper limit of normal and a total bilirubin less than 1 times the upper limit of normal would be expected at 15 years to have a transplant-free survival of well over 70%, 75%. Whereas a patient that has a bilirubin greater than upper limit of normal and an alkaline phosphatase greater than 1.67 times the upper limit of normal would have an expected transplant-free survival of only in the 20-something%. So there's a 4-fold difference in expected survival over 15 years in patients who fall into one category or the other. And it may not be immediately obvious when you're in clinic seeing a patient as to whether their alkaline phosphatase is 200 or 220 and a bilirubin of 1.2 compared to a bilirubin of 0.8 and an alkaline phosphatase, for example, of 185 or 190, whereas those two patients would have a 15-year expected transplant-free survival that is dramatically different. And so the Global PBC Study Group, of which I've been a contributing investigator for many years, established this particular concept of an alkaline phosphatase 1.67 times ULN and normal bilirubin after 1 year of URSO therapy as being highly predictive of outcome. And this was the primary endpoint that was chosen in the POISE trial to predict long-term clinical events and to create the surrogate endpoint for Subpart H approval, which would then require validation in a clinical endpoint trial. And this is what this slide shows. If you look at 5 years, 10 years, and 15 years, the transplant-free survival rate for patients with a GLOBE score greater than 0.3, and this is a calculator that's available online, and you can use it using clinical and simple laboratory variables, shows a 79.7 versus a 42.5% transplant-free survival, whereas patients who have a lower GLOBE score have drastically different survival over a 15-year period. So this is the GLOBE score calculation. Essentially uses age at the start of URSO therapy, and the beta coefficients of the identified variables include the natural log transform, bilirubin, alkaline phosphatase, albumin, and platelet after 1 year of URSO, and provides a baseline survival estimate. So in addition to the global PBC score, there's also the UK PBC score that uses bilirubin, alkaline phosphatase, platelet count, albumin, ALT, and AST. So I've created for you a model where you have a dichotomous set of variables, bilirubin and alkaline phosphatase greater than versus less than a certain number. That concept is now evolving based on new data from the Global PBC Study Group, where it looks like, in fact, instead of a dichotomous variable predicting outcome, there is a linear relationship between both alkaline phosphatase and bilirubin, as shown on this graph. So if you look at 1 year of follow-up at the hazard ratio for liver transplant or death and thresholds for alkaline phosphatase and bilirubin, you can see that it's not a jump between 1.67 above or below, but in fact, it really starts at 1 times the upper limit of normal and increases linearly from that point on. So in terms of evolving our treatment concept of what patients should we be considering for second-line treatment, we're really looking to achieve a biochemical remission or a complete biochemical remission, as opposed to just be satisfied if the patient drops below that threshold value of 1.67 or bilirubin less than upper limit of normal. Some new data from the Global PBC Study Group provide a little bit more granularity and maybe a little bit more sophistication to further parsing risk stratification. And this shows gamma GT levels are additive in terms of providing additional prognostic information. So if you look at the graph on the right, a GGT more than 3.2 times the upper limit of normal versus less than 3.2 times the upper limit of normal provides further additional risk stratification in addition to and independent of the alkaline phosphatase. And one of the things I've started to incorporate in my practice is to routinely measure the gamma GT in patients along with the alkaline phosphatase to help make treatment decisions about second-line treatment. Now, vibration-controlled transient elastography is something that many of us that have a practice of hepatology as a large component of our practice utilize on a regular basis. And this study showed that, in fact, 9.6 appears to be a threshold level below which the patient has an expected survival that is more favorable of survival free of adverse liver-related events, whereas a patient with a KPA greater than 9.6 has a clearly different survival over the next 7 years, free of liver-related events. So incorporating elastography into your practice is something that I think we are all starting to do. And in fact, here's some very recent data showing the impact on survival of liver stiffness measurement in PBC. And you can see this differentiation between 9.6 above or below, and compare that to patients who had a stiffness score of greater than 18.5, which is the threshold of which we think cirrhosis is present. And you can see a significant drop-off in cumulative event-free survival. So the major new data that is available in treating PBC is the long-term outcome data with regard to the safety extension study from the POISE trial. And if you look at the POISE primary endpoint, which is what percentage of patients achieved an alkaline phosphatase less than 1.67, maintained a normal bilirubin, and achieved at least a 15% reduction in alkaline phosphatase, that was the successful responder in the POISE trial. That was achieved in about 47 and 48% respectively of patients who started at 5 milligrams and titrated up to 10, or started on 10 milligrams per day. And those patients who completed the POISE trial after 12 months entered a long-term open label trial. which was an observational safety extension trial. And you can see in this slide, data that were recently presented, that it does not appear to make a difference between sex, male versus female, age at the start of the study, age at diagnosis of PBC, that the results of long-term treatment with OCA appear durable and appear to be effective in patients across these different groups. Now, moving on to other new therapies and where we are with new therapies, I'd like to provide some clarity with regard to seladelpar, which is a pure PPAR delta and is now currently in a phase 3 trial. And if you look at the durability of treatment response after 1 year of therapy with seladelpar in patients with PBC, the final results of the international phase 2 trial show that at 10 milligrams, you can achieve a very high rate of patients meeting the same composite endpoint, greater than 50%, and those effects appear to be durable. And so seladelpar is now in a phase 3 trial, which is the RESPONSE trial, and many of you may be participating in the study and enrolling patients in that study. Now, an interesting piece of data with regard to bezafibrate. Bezafibrate is a pan-PPAR agonist and is not available clinically in the US, but has been available in Europe and Japan for many years. And there was a New England Journal paper from France that suggested bezafibrate was associated with a high rate of biochemical response in patients with PBC, published in the New England Journal fairly recently. This study provides clinical outcome data from Japan in over 8,000 patients who had PBC diagnosed at a mean age of 57 years, and bezafibrate was added on to patients who were already treated with URSO. And you can see on the right, liver transplant-free survival significantly better on patients who received URSO and then had bezafibrate added on. And in fact, if you look at the hazard ratio of URSO versus untreated and bezafibrate versus URSO at entry, there is a significant difference. But more importantly, when you look at the hazard ratio for liver-related death or liver transplant, it was 0.21 for patients who had bezafibrate added on to URSO. And the hazard ratio for all-cause death or liver transplantation was in fact much lower, with a confidence interval of 0.15 to 0.35. So as much as an 85% reduction in need for liver transplantation or all-cause mortality. So this study concluded that combined treatment with bezafibrate and URSO in patients with PBC is associated with reduced risk of mortality or need for transplant compared with URSO alone. And this is the kind of data that regulators are looking for, but you can see that accumulating these kinds of data is going to take many, many years, and that is why we have to have surrogate endpoints that are validated and that will be accepted along with historical controls to get new drugs available to us in the clinic. Now, elafibranor was discussed in the NASH section, and as you know, the elafibranor phase 3 trial for NASH did not achieve its primary endpoint. It is now in a phase 3 trial for PBC, and the phase 2 trial suggested that elafibranor, which is a PPAR alpha delta dual agonist, demonstrated favorable efficacy and safety in patients with PBC who had an inadequate response to URSO. And the study design is shown on the left. Patients were offered either 80 milligrams, 120 milligrams, or placebo, and it was a 12-week trial in the phase 2 trial, with a primary endpoint, which is the percentage change in alkaline phosphatase. All patients continued URSO. And you can see that there was a 48% reduction in the 80 milligram group and a 41% reduction in the 120 milligram group compared to no significant change in the placebo group. And the treatment effect was significantly different compared to placebo. And what is particularly promising and interesting about both seladelpar and elafibranor is they appear to be not only effective in lowering alkaline phosphatase, but also showing a trend towards improving pruritus as opposed to making it worse, which would certainly be attractive for our patients. So in the next few minutes, I'm going to talk about PSC. And PSC clearly has represented many more challenges in designing, conducting, and assessing clinical trials and clinical efficacy responses. The problem is we have very limited non-invasive tools. there's a huge confounder of the effect of inflammatory bowel disease and risk of colon cancer. And when patients are entered in trials, we have the other confounder of the potential risk of cholangitis and the confounding effect of a dominant stricture. And these may confound evaluation of efficacy and safety. And liver biopsy, although it remains a primary endpoint in several phase 3 trials that are currently ongoing, in the phase 3 trials that are currently ongoing, is limited because 20% of the time the liver biopsy will be normal in PSC. And in fact, the finding of the classic fibro-obliterative cholangitis is relatively uncommon in patients with PSC. The pathophysiology remains unclear. We still don't know whether we should include patients without IBD in trials where patients with IBDs are included, and there remains no proven effective therapy. The other problem is that the long-term natural history is also quite prolonged, with an average time to transplantation 15 years, which has not changed. This median survival free of transplant has not budged despite our improved surveillance for cholangiocarcinoma and management of dominant strictures. Small duct and large duct varieties still remain combined in clinical trials, and that poses another issue. There are genetic and autoimmune associations that are unclear. I've already mentioned IBD. And histologic features may be nonspecific, and there's also the superimposed issue of IgG4 autoimmune cholangiopathy, which can confound the results of assessing clinical trials because IgG4 levels are frequently elevated. So we need surrogates for clinical events to optimize clinical follow-up and to design and select endpoints in clinical trials. So similar risk predictors have been developed in PSC. Alkaline phosphatase holds some promise. The Mayo risk score is of limited use. There is a UK PSC score and an Amsterdam Oxford model that I'll mention briefly. And the serum fibrosis markers, particularly ELF, in the context of the simtuzumab trial, has proven effective in predicting clinical events and in predicting cirrhosis. So here's the fundamental alkaline phosphatase paper that I think has changed a lot of our thinking. And this was a study from Scandinavia that showed that patients who had an alkaline phosphatase that was less than 1.5 times the upper limit of normal 1 year after diagnosis had an excellent survival, whereas those who had no improvement in alkaline phosphatase with or without URSO therapy had a significantly decreased survival over the long term. So prognostic models have been developed in PSC, and I'm going to touch on them briefly just so that you see what's likely to be used as surrogate endpoints. You have a Mayo Clinic model. There's a King's College model that uses a combination of histology and imaging features. And then there are several other more recent models, particularly the Amsterdam Oxford model that uses age, bilirubin, albumin, AST alkaline phosphatase, platelets, and the subtype of PSC to predict long-term outcomes. More recent data from the simtuzumab trial, which was negative, and so it's provided a really useful natural history cohort, shows the hazard ratio for alkaline phosphatase to be not as useful, ELF score, ESHOC fibrosis stage, and no effect of treatment, but ELF score and histology appear to be the most useful in terms of predicting clinical events. Now, similar data are available from Europe on the prognostic value of liver stiffness using established cutoffs. So if you look at 5.5 to 9.5 and greater than 9.5 for liver stiffness in terms of KPA, there appears to be a slight difference, but 14.5 appears to be a threshold above which the patients are likely to have a much decreased survival probability over the next 5 to 7 years. So we think that liver stiffness measurement should be a fundamental inclusion criteria for staging patients and also for predicting outcome over the long term. And in fact, the predictive performance of liver stiffness assessed by the time-dependent area under the ROC curve was 0.87, which is really quite reasonable when you think about a non-invasive tool. So where are we with therapies for PSC? There are no licensed therapies that are available. URSO was studied at low dose and did not change natural history. At high dose, had toxicity, as I'm going to mention briefly. But URSO does improve liver biochemical tests, but does not improve liver transplantation rates, provide a survival benefit. And at high doses, which we studied in the NIH-funded high-dose URSO PSC trial, there was a higher rate of liver-related complications in patients who received URSO. So there is definitely industry engagement at this point, and multiple phase 2 and phase 3 trials are underway, which is promising, but it remains unclear what endpoints are clinically meaningful. We are still stuck with liver biopsy as a primary tool for assessing treatment response in phase 3 trials, and we're not addressing cholangiocarcinoma risk or stratifying patients. And so rational targeted next generation therapy remains very much needed with therapies that have improved efficacy and better tolerability. But there is some evidence that there is association between histologic features and disease progression. And that is the reason I suspect that we're going to continue to use liver biopsy for the foreseeable future. So if you look at the hazard ratio of non-worsening or worsening fibrosis stage, F2-3 versus F0-1, you can see that that is associated with lower likelihood of disease progression, or improvement or no change, also associated with lower likelihood of disease progression. Other features such as hepatic collagen content, alpha smooth muscle actin expression, etc., have not shown sufficient promise at the present time. But what we do know is that there's an increased risk of liver-related events associated with more severe fibrosis at baseline and worsening of fibrosis by ESHOC stage. And the most promising liquid biomarker, if you will, from the simtuzumab trial appears to be ELF in predicting both histologic progression and clinical events, with a cutoff of 9.5 and 11.5 in predicting clinical events. This is a high-dose URSO study, and it's here just really as a cautionary tale. The idea of the study was to see whether much higher doses of URSO could provide improved outcomes. And you can see that this study, in fact, showed high-dose URSO is associated with a higher likelihood of adverse clinical events, predominantly portal hypertension. And this study was stopped early by the DSMB. And we should make sure that none of our PSC patients are receiving doses higher than 20 or 22 milligrams per kilogram per day. And we have this other confounder I've alluded to earlier, which is small duct versus large duct PSC, showing very significant difference in survival. So in designing clinical trials, how do we assess presence of small duct PSC, and do we include those patients or not? Every trial has handled this slightly differently. And then finally, IgG4-associated cholangitis is something we have to keep in mind because it is treatable and could be a modifiable cofactor in patients with PSC. And you can have either a pancreas predominant disease, which results in autoimmune pancreatitis, or have a immune-associated cholangitis or IgG4-associated cholangitis, which is very responsive to steroid therapy. So finally, there are 2 phase 3 trials underway. NOR-URSO was shown in a phase 2 trial in Europe, largely to show this fairly impressive reduction in alkaline phosphatase and gamma GT. And so 2 doses of NOR-URSO are currently being studied in a phase 3 trial in Europe, and another multinational trial with cilofexor, which is an FXR agonist that is a non-bile acid FXR agonist or non-steroidal bile acid agonist. FXR agonists showed a similar reduction in alkaline phosphatase of about 20 to 25% in the phase 2 trial, and a phase 3 trial is underway with the primary endpoint being liver biopsy. So here's where the future is and where the past has been. We are dealing with small duct PSC, which is difficult to characterize and difficult to know how to handle in a clinical trial. We know simtuzumab as an antifibrotic agent did not work. There's some promise with regard to gut prime T cells and whether they may have an effect on NK cells. And we have a variety of other targets, FXR being the most obvious one that we are studying at the present time. Antibiotics, namely vancomycin, has generated a tremendous amount of enthusiasm, particularly among patient groups, but controlled clinical trial data remain missing. And FMT or IMT is another therapeutic option that people are discussing. And of course, the PPARs, I think, remain a interesting target for PSC, as we have seen with PBC and also NASH. Vedolizumab was supposedly a possible therapy for PSC and was seen as maybe a hammer that would hit two nails, but in fact has turned out not to be promising, but likely not toxic in patients with PSC who are getting vedolizumab for inflammatory bowel disease. And Cenicriviroc, in a very small trial, suggested some promise, but it's unlikely that's going to go forward. Nor Urso, I've just mentioned. So with FXR agonists, here's another study that looked at OCA. And in fact, at doses of 1.5 to 3 milligrams and 5 to 10 milligrams, there appeared to be a dose-related response with regard to alkaline phosphatase. But what's very interesting is that much lower doses of OCA, pruritus appeared to be a much higher complication and was more seen in patients in a dose-related manner. So the challenge with OCA is going to be dealing with pruritus if it's going to be studied in PSC going forward. So in summary, there are several prognostic models for PSC and PBC that I've shared with you. It's very important, I think, to understand the concept of stage versus risk and start to really delineate these two things separately. Hopefully, we have used these models to provide templates for surrogate endpoints in clinical trials. I've touched on several therapies in development, but I would advocate that we need to continue to insist that we try to collect natural history cohorts for use as controlled populations, because it is simply not going to be practical in a disease like PSC or PBC, in my opinion, to do a study for 10 or 15 years to determine changes in clinical events. And of course, we need to encourage our patients to participate in clinical trials whenever possible. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chris. That was a great presentation and exciting to see that we may have additional therapies for our patients with cholestatic liver disease coming soon. So our next presentation is thrombocytopenia in chronic liver disease. This will be given by Dr. Robert Brown, despite the intense similarities between the two of us. We're not actually related. And Dr. Brown is the professor of medicine and vice chair of mentorship and academic development, clinical chief of the division of gastroenterology at Weill Cornell. So you will always be entertained by Bob, and here he is.
Hopefully entertained and educated. But at least Maru, I'll keep you from further sun damage. It is really my pleasure to be here, and I want to thank the CLDF board. I got dressed up not for Harvey Alter. I got dressed up for you to celebrate that we're together for the first time. And I wore pants just because you should. These are my relevant disclosures to this lecture. So thrombocytopenia is the most common hematologic abnormality in patients with end-stage liver disease. We all recognize that. It's part of your APRI, it's part of your FIB4. It's the easiest way to recognize patients with advanced fibrosis. Many primary care doctors don't recognize that, and many hematologists either don't recognize it or really like to do bone marrow biopsies on patients with normal liver enzymes, big spleens, and low platelets. Fortunately, the majority of patients have really mild to moderate thrombocytopenia. The degree of severe thrombocytopenia, defined as a platelet count under 50,000, is really quite uncommon. And those are the patients in whom we really need to worry about when we are thinking about doing procedures on our patients. And when I was a fellow, fire was discovered We stopped chipping things into tablets and started writing on paper. We hadn't used computers yet. It was all the spleen. The spleen was this passive bystander. It grew big when you had portal hypertension. The platelets got trapped in there, and that was all it was. But it has been recognized that this is multifactorial. The spleen is certainly a part of it. The decreased production of thrombopoietin in the liver relative to need is a part of it. And then immune and non-immune mediated platelet destruction, part of that fibrinolytic process that tends to be activated in patients with liver disease. And in many cases, bone marrow suppression, either by medications that we're giving them or other factors play a role. And our guidance has been pretty scant. So actually just updated, but the recent guidelines were that if the platelet count was less than 50 to 60,000, that you should not do a percutaneous liver biopsy. But during HALT-C, they did a lot of liver biopsies. This was a longitudinal study of maintenance interferon for hepatitis C. Seems almost unbelievable that we did that study, but we did. And they did almost 3,000 liver biopsies, and they had 16 bleeding events that are shown here. But as you can see, the only real significant risk of bleeding was in patients with platelet counts under 60,000. And you can see that only 2% of procedures were done in that group of patients. And so the recommendation was if the platelet count was above 70,000, you could do a percutaneous liver biopsy. I don't know how many of you have done a percutaneous liver biopsy in someone with a platelet count between 70 and 100,000 since the interventional radiologist got good at doing transjugular. I can tell you, in all honesty, I have not. I used to, and it was scary and it was unpleasant, and I stopped. And I say that I want portal pressures, or I want the patient to get a $4,000 bill instead of a $500 bill. But the truth is we don't do it anymore. But recognizing that 50 to 60,000 threshold is probably where the risk starts to increase. And this second study, much smaller, of 121 patients in liver transplant evaluation, why they chose the cutoff of 75,000 versus 50 was probably because most of the patients didn't have under 50,000 and then have invasive procedures. But once again, no bleeding above 75,000, bleeding below a 75,000, much of it associated with procedures for their transplant evaluation or management, including polypectomy, dental extractions, which are the bane of my personal existence. The dentist always wants you to manage them, and they bleed right when you do it, and then a week later, and it's kind of gross. No one likes dealing with it. At least I don't. So fortunately, Jackie O'Leary and Stephen Caldwell updated our guidelines in 2019, and I think it was a step forward. And this was actually not led by our own society, the AASLD. The AGA took a lead on this because they're interested in what the safe levels are to do endoscopic procedures. And I encourage you to look at it. And they took a much more thoughtful approach, not a one size fits all. And they said you have to do two things. One, assess the relative risk of the procedure. And you can see that the first row is always endoscopy. Well, why else? It's the AGA. And so you have to know when you start your colonoscopy, are you doing a diagnostic colonoscopy, low risk, a colonoscopy with a polypectomy, intermediate risk, or a colonoscopy with a complicated polypectomy, high risk? Well, Chris has figured out the risk scores for PSC. I don't know how to predict what type of polyp I'm going to find before I do the colonoscopy. And unfortunately, the patient's not going to be happy if you do it and then tell them they have to come back because you didn't know what kind of polyp they were going to have. having had a prep for a colonoscopy, I wouldn't thank you either. Paracentesis and thoracentesis were lumped together as low risk. I would move thoracentesis a little bit to the right. I think it's different, but nothing drives me crazier than the interventional radiologist telling me I have to transfuse platelets and FFP for a paracentesis. And you can see, I actually would move dental extraction into an intermediate risk procedure, but this is what it is. And the first piece of advice, and you'll see many of these pieces of guidance are pretty miffy because we don't have a lot of good data. And so they said, one, it would be better if we had better tests to predict how people clot. We use a lot of TEG or thromboelastography at Cornell. It started in the OR and it's moved to the ICU, and now we're trying to keep moving it along. But these are ways to test various forms of clot formation that tells you in a much more rational way what is disordered in your patients with cirrhosis. And rotational thromboelastography and is the most commonly used form. And they say they may have a role, but they're currently lack validated target levels. Really what they lack is uniform availability and people who can read them in real time. The second thing they said is that for low risk procedures, you should not routinely correct thrombocytopenia and coagulopathy before these procedures, including paracentesis, thoracentesis, and routine upper endoscopy. So once again, colonoscopy is out because you don't know what you're going to find. And then they added this, clinician judgment required. Don't know what that means. It gives the IR guy still another chance to tell you my clinician judgment says administer platelets and it's your responsibility. So what about platelet transfusion? Well, the reason we have all this discussion is because platelets don't work. If they worked great, we'd just be using them. They don't last very long. They don't prevent delayed bleeding because they're gone usually by the time the procedure's done. And so what you really have done is treated the doctor rather than the patient. And we don't really have global guidelines or good knowledge as to how much we're going to get a bump from any given amount of platelets. And then by the time you've measured it and gotten the results back, either your procedure is finished or you have to give more. So the second piece of advice, though this is the fourth, I've skipped some, is that we should have some transfusion thresholds. And the nice thing they did, and here's where I will give them credit, was you don't see the INR on this page. Steve Caldwell taught me a long time ago that the INR is completely unimportant. You should just measure the fibrinogen. And so it's all I do. I measure the fibrinogen whenever I'm worried about my patients. And whether you use a cutoff of 100 or 120, you get the fibrinogen up with cryo, which is always good. You keep the platelet count above 50 if you're doing a high-risk procedure or if they're bleeding. And you don't flood them with FFP. So I like best practice advice number 4. The reason you want their hemoglobin up is when they start bleeding, that prevents them from dying. And then the fifth piece of advice was thrombopoietin agonists are a good alternative to platelet transfusion, but require time to elevate platelet levels. I agree it takes time. I actually would have said they are a better alternative to platelet transfusion, but they require time. And I'm going to show you the data to support that. And then the last is DDAVP. When I was a fellow, we gave out a lot of DDAVP. Desmopressin improves von Willebrand factor, but von Willebrand factor is actually increased in patients with cirrhosis. So there is no scientific evidence, nor is there data that it will help patients who have liver problems alone. But if they have renal failure, it is maybe helpful. So we should not use this in patients who have liver disease, but liver and kidney disease or kidney disease alone, you can use it. 0.3. So this was what they said at the end of the day. keep the platelets above 50, keep the fibrinogen above 120, optimize renal function, and this hemoglobin of greater than 25%. That's the summary. So how about trying to increase the platelet count by getting rid of the spleen, either incompleteness with a splenectomy or through partial splenic artery embolization? The answer isn't that it doesn't work. It does. We do it for ITP. The problem is that it doesn't address the primary problem, which is portal hypertension. And so splenectomy will raise your platelet count considerably in patients with cirrhosis, but it's a pretty invasive procedure and no one will do it. Partial splenic embolization became very attractive as an alternative. But what people forget is that a lot of the portal inflow comes from the spleen. And portal flow will always decrease when you embolize the spleen. And the risks of portal vein thrombosis after splenic artery embolization is not insubstantial. Not to mention it hurts and it has its own share of complications. But in patients who have very, very, very low platelet counts, who have recurrent bleeding, I think partial splenic embolization is sometimes the only thing that you have to worry about, have to do it. And so TPO agonists have been long-standing of interest to us as hepatologists as ways to increase the platelet count. We tried to get L-thrombopag approved for elevating platelet counts in patients with both undergoing interferon therapy, where it actually got an indication, obviously no longer needed, and for procedures, but that was stopped due to portal vein thrombosis and sat for a decade until the newer generation TPO agonists, avatrombopag and lusotrombopag, were FDA approved for this indication in 2018. So the second question is, why did you worry about portal vein thrombosis? Aren't these patients auto anticoagulate? I hear this all the time. No one wants to do DVT thrombose prophylaxis until the patients get a big PE. And the answer is no. This was an incorrect assumption due to thrombocytopenia and increased INR. But you have to remember that coagulation has 3 phases, and all of them are abnormal. Von Willebrand factor is high. And yes, we have decreased procoagulant factors, but we also have decreased anticoagulant factors, protein C, protein S, and antithrombin 3, which have shorter half-lives than the procoagulant factors. That's why you actually have to overlap warfarin with heparin. And so patients are both hyper and hypocoagulable at the same time. And for our patients with liver disease, thrombosis tends to be worse than bleeding. So what is the data for the 2 agents? Avatrombopag is indicated for treating thrombocytopenia undergoing a procedure. They're pretty similar in their use in that you need 10 to 13 days before the procedure. This one is dosed for 5 days. It comes in 20 milligram tablets, so you take 2 if your platelets are between 40 and 50, and 3 if you're below 40, the dosing is the same. They do have an ITP indication as well. And this came from 2 large, reasonably large, multi-center trials that were published in Gastroenterology. Patients with a MELD less than 24 and a platelet count less than 50 who were going to undergo a procedure, primary endpoint being not getting a platelet transfusion and then not bleeding. Obviously, if you don't get a platelet transfusion and you have bleeding, that's not really viewed as success. And you can see that particularly for the patients who started close to 50, virtually everyone gets to above 50. Those that were below, about 2/3 got there, both statistically significant. And if you look at the proportion that hit that target, virtually everyone between 40 and 50, 2/3 of those with platelet counts below. And with those low platelet counts, you can see how ineffective platelet transfusion is at getting you ever above 50. But more importantly, is I think the time course of the platelet increase and decrease. And you can see that the two placebo arms, which are shown in those two lines that look really quite straight, are the people who get platelet transfusions. And you can see like a tiny blip between day 10 and 14. That's the impact of platelet transfusions. If that's good enough for you, cool. But I don't think you could conclude from this that it's as good in terms of raising your platelets as avatrombopag at either of the two doses. Goes up to a peak at around 10 days, settles slowly down, and is back to baseline by day 30. Nice thing is you get about 7 days at that high level, which may prevent delayed post-polypectomy or post-liver biopsy bleeding. Now, in terms of thrombotic events, because the platelets were managed and none of them went above 100,000, there were really very few. There were some portal vein thrombosis, one in ADAPT-2, one in ADAPT-1, which was late and viewed as non-related. There were some thrombotic events in the placebo arm, including an MI and a PE. Lusathrombopag has pretty much the same indication. It's just dosed a little differently. It's 7 days of therapy, but you get to start sooner. So it's still 8 to 14 days after you start. So somewhere in the 1 to 2 weeks. And they do recommend you get a platelet count before starting and close to the procedure. And it came from 2 studies as well. One was in Japan, which did not have a requirement as the endpoint of no rescue therapy. And the one in the US where the endpoint was obviously the same per the FDA as ADAPT, which is no platelet transfusion, no rescue bleeding. And the numbers look fairly similar. This did not break it down into less than 40 versus over 40, but you can see somewhere between 2/3 and 80% did not require platelet transfusion. And about 2/3 got a platelet count of above 50,000 and at least 20,000. And when you look at the time course, you see basically the same thing as avatrombopag, a doubling of the platelet count. So if you know the platelet count at entry, you can pretty much predict where you'll end up, multiply by 2. You can do that on your iPhone if you can't do it in your head. And it stays up for somewhere between 7 and 10 days at that plateau, slowly comes back to baseline by about day 30. And once again, if you look at that placebo arm, this is patients who got a transfusion. This was a post hoc analysis that I did with Marcus Peck, in which we limited the placebo arm to placebo with transfusion to compare an intervention to an intervention. And you can see that that platelet transfusion budges your platelet count, really not at all. And once again, the thrombotic events were very equally matched between Lusu and placebo, 2 in each in L+2, 1 in each in L+1, a PVT in the Lusu arm and a superior mesenteric thrombosis in L+2. So you're going to see this in patients with cirrhosis. It does not appear to be markedly increased when the platelet count doesn't go too high. So in summary, giving back 4 of the 7 minutes that Chris went over. As always, patients with chronic liver disease.
Thank me for giving you less time filled with empty stuff.
Giving you back 3 minutes of 50 seconds of the now 7 minutes and 20 seconds that Chris went over. Patients with chronic liver disease do have an increased risk of bleeding. The risk does vary. Stop using FFP, cryo as needed. I think that thrombopoietin analogs for planned procedures probably are still underutilized, but this is still an area where we have work to do. And now Chris and I will sit next to each other and take your questions. Thank you very much.
So he never disappoints. Just remember, if you have questions, either send them through the chat or people are walking around gathering your questions right now. As we start, Chris, one of the first questions to you was that given that clinical endpoints may be challenging in PSC, especially for the studies, and biopsies be patchy if we obtain those, what do you think is the right trial endpoint for PSC trials moving forward?
Yeah, excellent question. I think we have to have a combination of an imaging-based and a and some sort of non-imaging based endpoint. So the three possibilities would include looking at either MRI-based morphometry, which was independently associated with clinical outcomes in the simtuzumab trial, with a fairly simple MRI-based assessment of dysmorphic changes, et cetera. And then I still think that there is some promise that has not been fully examined with regard to bile duct volume, which we are starting to see some data with regard to MRCP+, which is a software, post-software processing that is available from any kind of 1.5 or 3 Tesla machine. And I think that should be incorporated in clinical trials. But the data with histology, I think, remains compelling. And even though you have this miss rate and there are definitely issues with liver biopsy, it's hard for me to imagine that liver biopsy will be replaced by something else. The challenge is really the lack of validation. So if you look at, for example, with regard to the same challenges we're facing in NASH and that we saw in cholestatic liver disease, elastography, whether it's VCTE or MR elastography, is still not accepted as a validated tool. I think ELF will be very useful since you have from the simtuzumab trial ELF as a predictor not only of histologic progression, but clinical events. So I would say some combination of a fibrosis marker and an imaging-based marker, to me, with liver biopsy as a secondary endpoint, seems the most promising.
Great, thank you. Bob, a question for you. Is there a platelet count below which you would not do esophageal variceal band ligation?
I think the answer is no. But most of that is because we didn't have a choice, right? We did band ligation with whatever platelets we had because one, most of the time you get away with it. And two, there was no way to reliably increase the platelet count. I guess the question, I would ask the question backwards, is would I prefer to have a platelet count of 36 or 45 to 16 or 22? When I did band ligation, the answer is yes. The difficulty is giving medicines like Ava and Lusu when you don't know whether you're going to do it, knowing that a lot of the time you're going to be just wasting the drug. But in patients who, who I think I'm highly likely to do it, whose platelet counts are really close to that 20,000, I now use avatrombopag or lucitrombopag because I just feel better. And I know that if they have a bleeding complication, that, one thing is the presence of an option makes it a little more difficult to justify when you have an adverse outcome. But, all of us have done it before, but, we also did percutaneous liver biopsies with platelet counts of 70,000, which none of us do anymore. And so the question is, when there's an alternative, should you do it? And I think the answer is maybe, because all of us, when the patient's bleeding and they come in and you're about to do your endoscopy, we all give platelets. So we accept that there is a lower risk of bleeding when the platelet count is higher.
Thanks. So Chris, the next question is, currently we use OCA as an add-on therapy in patients who have not responded or don't tolerate URSO. In the future, moving forward with some of the new therapeutics that you see coming, do you see these also as add-on therapies, or do you see them as being used potentially in a subset of patients that you may use them out of the box?
Yeah, it's an excellent question. We have only got the data with regard to natural history predictive models in patients after 1 year of URSO. What I can tell you is that there's certainly a population of patients that have a diagnosis of overlap who are on immunosuppressive drugs and URSO, and anecdotally, I and others have noted that you can sometimes taper the immunosuppressive drugs off once these patients have achieved a response with OCA. A more useful, I think another question would be, to achieve a complete biochemical response may be challenging with an FXR agonist, because this class of agents will induce alkaline phosphatase as at the same time that they're lowering alkaline phosphatase. So, and that's one reason that with an FXR, it's rare to see normalization of ALP. And if we're moving towards achieving that complete or deep biochemical remission, another question would be, do we use a PPAR or FXR and then add the other agent so that we would then maybe withdraw URSO? Certainly URSO is not inexpensive and does appear to be poorly tolerated in about 10% of patients. And if you look at the patients who are not on URSO, who are given monotherapy with OCA, in the phase 2 trial, the response rate is actually fairly comparable. It's about 40% instead of 48%. So if you look at that population alone, the URSO intolerant patient, it would seem reasonable to consider withdrawing the URSO for some patients once they have had that endpoint achieved with OCA. But I think that to get to where we want to go, which is to get the alkaline phosphatase normal for those patients that are the most challenging patients, I think it's going to be sequential therapy or combination therapy with some group of either a fibrate, an FXR, and or URSO.
So just a quick follow-up on that. My observation is that I can't remember the last PBC patient I transplanted. And when you looked at that, the rates of transplantation for PBC, they've declined. We haven't had OCA for a long time. We've had URSO, obviously. And do you think it's a long-term medication effect, or do you think it's a difference in the natural history of the disease that we're seeing now?
No, there's no question that I think it's related to URSO. Because if you look at the number of patients in absolute terms and the proportion of patients that are undergoing liver transplant for PBC, that number has decreased. But as I mentioned earlier, the average age at which patients are getting transplanted has not changed. Mm-hmm. So we have these two populations. We have this population of older patients who get on URSO, normalize their blood tests. We see them year after year and nothing much happens. And then we have this younger patient with more aggressive disease that I think will be the candidate for these different combination treatments.
Great, thank you. Bob, there's a question here. There's mounting evidence that correcting INR and platelets in an actively bleeding cirrhotic delays treatment almost never works. What is your decision-making process in patients who are actively bleeding?
So I think in patients who are actively bleeding, we use cryo to get the fibrinogen above 100 to 120, and we use platelets. We use almost no FFP. Now, it's sometimes hard to get the ICU to not do that, but the impact on portal pressures is adverse. It usually involves a lot of cooling of the patient, which is adverse, and the volume is considerable. And so I think that to the extent that you can, and if you can get your hospital to bring TAG or ROTAM, they're two similar methods. Both are rotational thromboelastography. It's a question of what rotates, the bowl or the pin, and do more rational transfusion strategies, you'll do better. But we basically under the leadership of Brett Fortune, who's really interested in this, have gotten Rotem out of our ORs, and we use almost no FFP, and I think it's improved our outcomes, not made them worse.
Thanks. So Chris, you described various models to predict outcomes in patients with PBC and PSC. How do you utilize those models in your clinical practice, or do you use those models? And if so, do you have a favorite one?
Yeah, so my disclosure is that I'm one of the investigators in the Global PBC Study Group. So I like the Global PBC Study Group GLOBE score. It is fairly straightforward: age, platelets, and alkaline phosphatase, bilirubin are tests that we order almost every time. And the fact that you have 15-year and 20-year prediction based on the GLOBE PBC score with now almost 6,000 patients makes it, to me, the most durable model. But if you're going to use a model that is the simplest, it would be the Toronto model. And the nice thing about Toronto is that it's 1.67 and a bilirubin, which is now the template for composite endpoints for all the trials. So if you're going to use one thing, I would say alkaline phosphatase. And if you're going to use an algorithm that you're going to have on your phone or on your computer, I would say GLOBE score.
So do you actually calculate it and put it in the chart and tell the patient what their number is, or do you just get a gestalt of the various components and say, this one's worse than the last one?
No, I think you have to calculate it, because as I gave in my example, if you have two patients sitting in front of you, and one has a bilirubin of 1.2, an alkaline phosphatase of 220, and the other has a bilirubin of 1.0 and an alkaline phosphatase of 190, they may not look that different to you, but there's no question that there's a 3-fold or 3 to 4-fold difference in their 15-year transplant-free survival. So I don't think you can just gestalt that in your brain. Ideally you want to calculate the score.
So there's your answer. Bob, a question about repeated procedures. So some of our patients have paracentesis every week, some every 2 weeks. If they're in a banding protocol, they might get banded every 2 weeks. How do you manage sort of the medication administration with the TPO agonist in those settings?
First, I don't believe you need any agents for paracentesis. So I try really hard to never do it. I can't say I haven't been forced to by, interventional radiologists, particularly when the patient is lives in distal New Jersey, won't come to New York, and the interventional radiologist there basically flat out refuses. Then I try to give them the TPO agonist and do one at the beginning and one at the end and hold them off. I also have increased my interval in between banding over time. I don't do a 2-week follow-up endoscopy anymore, because every time I did it, all I saw was banding ulcers and nothing to do. Unless I felt that the initial endoscopist did a suboptimal job. Occasionally you get one where they say they placed one band with resolution of bleeding, and that's usually an inadequate job, and they probably need a sooner procedure. I do, when you go through the bother of getting the prior auth, my nurses tell me that if you put refills on, usually they get prior auth with refills. So we always put a few refills on and give the patient instructions to pick up the refills, but not to take them until instructed. And that may give you an option. But the long and the short of it is it's a hassle. And that's part of the reason I think it's less optimally taken up.
Great. I think we have time for one more question each to Chris. It's kind of a 2-part question. You talked about the linear risk in patients. Is that risk depicted in any of our current models? And The second question is, you talked about GGT. Is GGT incorporated into any of the current models?
So that's an excellent question. And this is really new evolving thinking. And so all of the models do a sort of dichotomous approach if you're looking at Paris 1 or Paris 2 or Toronto, but the Globe and the UK PBC are incorporating these in a linear fashion. That's how they were actually populated into those curves. So if you do the Globe score or the UK PBC score, you're going to have that linear functionality. But the GGT data is very new, and it's not included in Globe. And I suspect that it will be, shortly. I do find the GGT to be very helpful in that there are some patients, especially with advanced fibrosis, and we were having this discussion the other day. What do you do with a patient that has a normal alkaline phosphatase, but has histologic stage or projected stage based on liver stiffness increasing? So how do you justify starting that patient on OCA, or you can't enroll them in a trial because they won't qualify because their alk phos isn't high enough? So that's a situation where I think the GGT can be very helpful. Is the GGT is going up? It's it's more than 3.2 times upper limit of normal. Then that might be a reason to say, okay, this is a patient that even though I'm not going to be able to enter them in trial, I'm going to consider using second line treatment.
It's also often a reminder that you forgot to take care of their vitamin D and bone disease if the GGT is normal and the alk phos is abnormal.
And last question is for Bob. And there were several questions to this regard. How do we work with our partners in interventional radiology to limit FFP and to, try to come to some consensus on the safety of platelet transfusions, medications, TPO agonists? How do we work with them since they're doing many of our procedures?
This sounds like the question for Steve Harrison about how you're going to get companies to get together and design rational trials. It's easier when they're in the same center. I think that when you're in the same center and you talk to each other and you build mutual trust, it's easier. When they're out in the community, and they feel they carry all of the downside risk, it's more challenging. I think that at the end of the day, part of it is that we all live in silos. The Society for Interventional Radiology makes different recommendations for hematologic correction than the American Society for Hematology, or ASH, and the ASLD AGA makes a third set of recommendations. And each group goes based on what they recommend. And I think increased interaction and communication is the key. But it would be a little Pollyanna of me to say that it's like real simple, because I get these calls. I'm still, going back and forth while I'm here with my nurse practitioner and a dentist who is, wants me to give a platelet transfusion, then do an outpatient dental extraction, a patient with a platelet count of 14,000. And I don't know what the answer is. We just argue back and forth and don't move forward.
Thanks. Well, we've come to the end of day one. And I just want to thank everyone who has participated. I want to thank all of the speakers for their participation. And I think what were outstanding talks throughout the day. I'd like to thank our sponsors and our partners, both on the pharmaceutical side as well as the device side. A lot of what you're seeing here is a partnership between our care, our patients, and their work in this area. And I was thinking, as I was sitting through the talks today, I would make one observation. Back in 1990, when I was a fellow, had a meeting like this been convened, there would probably be 20 or 30 people. And if I were lucky enough to be one of them, I would probably sit there for a half day at most. We would focus probably 2 or 3 talks on bile acid transport because that's what we knew a lot about. And there would probably not be a lot on medical therapeutics. In fact, in 1990, there was an exhaustive review of the medical therapies for chronic liver disease. I'll point you to that landmark paper in 1990 in the journal Drugs. They covered the total 7 therapies that we had at the time, one of which was prednisone, and 3 of which were focused on Wilson's disease. And one of the 7 was cyclosporin because that was the one we had to learn to use when none of the other 6 worked. So fast forward today and think of all the things that you've heard about today and what has happened during that time in terms of therapeutics for our patients and opportunities in virtually every disease category that we have in patients that we care for liver disease. So thank you to everybody who's attended. Thank you to those people who are attending virtually. Please come back tomorrow. We have another great group of talks and have a great afternoon.